Our oversight work. So we want to welcome yourselves firstly and trust that you will find your time with us this morning a worthwhile experience. I would also like to then welcome all the members of the Portfolio Committee that are here, and I understand there might be one or two that are joining us virtually who are unable to get here in person. I'd also like to extend a welcome to the MEC for Roads and Transport, MEC Mamabolo, who is joining us virtually today. To us. I would also like to welcome MMC Ndwandwe, Councillor Ndwandwe, who is the member of the Mayoral Committee in the Sedibeng District Municipality, and he's responsible for roads and transport. He's sitting here on my left, probably on your right. MMC, welcome, and we are privileged to have you join us today, and we really appreciate you making time to be with us. Thank you very much, MMC. I would also like to extend an welcome to the Head of Department, Dr. Darren Buckley, and his team of officials, senior officials from the department, HOD, to you and your team that are here. Welcome. And when we get to your presentations, then I would give that opportunity for you to introduce yourself and your team, but we want to welcome you. And as I've already indicated, we've already welcomed you, our guests that are here with us. I would also like to extend a welcome to all of those who are watching these proceedings on YouTube and Facebook. Welcome, and we trust that you will find your time watching these proceedings of benefit to you. And that you would also, through this interaction, be able to learn a little bit more about what the Department of Roads and Transport is responsible for, but that you'd also get an understanding how the Portfolio Committee does its work as a Portfolio Committee of the Gauteng Legislature. Firstly, before I go any further, this committee meeting is being held outside of the Gauteng Legislature, and we need to do one or two things to ensure that this facility becomes part of the precinct of the Gauteng Legislature. And in terms of the legislature rules, the Gauteng Legislature rules, Rule 56(1) and 2, which reads as follows. The legislature or a committee of the legislature may hold meetings outside of the ordinary precinct of the legislature. The speaker or a chairperson of a committee holding a meeting outside the precinct of the legislature must declare the area as a precinct of the legislature for the duration of its meeting. And on that note, I therefore wish to declare this venue that we are in here as a precinct of the legislature for the duration of this Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much. Very briefly, if I can just indicate the purpose of this Portfolio Committee meeting. Firstly, the purpose of this Portfolio Committee is to have the MEC do some remarks remarks to us in terms of a number of issues that he may wish to speak to the committee on, including the various presentations that the Portfolio Committee will be making, that the Department of Roads and Transport will be making to the Portfolio Committee this morning. Secondly, it's also to receive reports, various reports from the Department on a number of different matters, as well as to receive a report from the research section, and then also to enable members of the committee as well to ask some questions. So we have a number of sections, items of work that we'll be doing as a portfolio committee, and then we will also open up and allow yourselves as stakeholders to ask some questions that you may want to ask of the Department of Roads and Transport. So that's really the work that we will be doing. I'm not going to go through each report and tell you what it's about, because we'll get to that as those presentations are made. Safe to say that two of the presentations that we will be receiving today is to give the Portfolio Committee an update on the Vereeniging Intermodal facility, the Vereeniging taxi rank, which is one of the projects that has not been completed and is here in Vereeniging in this area, as well as the Sebokeng DLTC, Driver License Testing Center, which is also a facility that has not been complete. And on those two specific projects, the department will be giving us a report as to what steps are being taken to ensure that those projects reach a stage of completion and become operational. So I just wanted to give us an indication as to why we are here, what this portfolio committee meeting is about. So on that note, and before I proceed any further, I wish to check with the committee section for any apologies that may have been received. Stembiso, if you could take us through the apologies and where we stand on that. Thank you very much. Stembiso, are you with us? Where are you?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to honorable members, colleagues, and our stakeholders. The apologies that we have is from member Khatebe, who is not well. That is the apology that we have received so far. I'm not sure about member Kekana, who's got other engagements outside of this committee, Chair, but we'll have to make sure in terms of the specific details of her apology, but she's got other engagements. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Stembiso. Can I check with other members of the committee whether there's any apologies that they have to submit? Member Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Member Nel just indicated that he would join virtually, but he will be a bit late.
So that's an apology for Member Nel, who is coming, will join virtually while he's on his way here. And I also got an indication from Member Kekana that she would join virtually for a while, but that she would be part of this meeting. So, Stembiso, if we could just make sure that the other members are able to log on to the link as provided. On that note, those are the apologies. I want to then check if there's a mover for the acceptance or adoption of the apologies.
I will move,
Member Du Plessis.
I will move, sir.
Thank you very much, Member Du Plessis. So there has been a mover for acceptance of the apologies. Members, there is an agenda which was circulated to yourselves. I would ask again for Stembiso, please to take us through the agenda. Is there a way we can flight it so that we can then move for adoption of the agenda thereafter? Stembiso, can you take us through the agenda, please?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the agenda, the first item on the agenda was the opening and welcome. Number 2, apologies. Number 3, the confirmation of the agenda. On item number 4, we'll have the remarks by the MEC of the Department of Roads and Transport. Then on number 5, we'll have the presentation of the research analysis on the special adjustment budget for 21-22 financial year. Then on number 6, we have the Department of Roads and Transport and its entities presenting on the Provincial Adjustment Bill for 2021-22 financial year. On 6.2, the responses on the committee questions on the third quarter for 21-22. Then on number 7, we have the presentation by the Department of Roads and Transport on the progress reports on the appointment of the new subsidized bus contracts. Then on 7.2, we'll have the presentation by the Transport Infrastructure House on the K46 William Nicol, the P39-1 Muldersdrift, the Vereeniging Intermodal Facility, the Sebokeng DLTC and TOLEP. Then on 7.3, we'll give an opportunity to all our stakeholders to raise inputs and questions on the presentations. Then on number 8, the committee will consider its draft report on the Provincial Adjustment Bill. Then on number 9 is the resolution tracking 10, the NCOP bills, 11 on petitions, 12 on correspondence. Then number 13, the last item, which is the date of the next meeting and adjournment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Stembisa. So, honourable members, that is the agenda, and I see it wasn't flighted. Can we please just make sure that the system is ready for all presentations to be flighted as well? Can I then check with honourable members in terms of the agenda that's been presented, if there's perhaps a member that wants to move for adoption, or if there's any amendments? Member Ndlwana.
Thank you, Chairperson, and the honourable members. I move for the adoption of the agenda for the meeting of today.
Thank you very much, Member Ndlwana. Is there a seconder for the adoption of the agenda? Member Du Plessis?
I would second, Chair.
Sorry, Member Mabunda, I missed your hand there, my apologies. So the agenda has been adopted. Before we proceed, I just want to ask members of the Portfolio Committee to introduce themselves so that you know who the members are, and then immediately after that I'm going to hand over to the MEC. So Member Ledwaba, can we start from your side, please?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Malisala Ledwaba. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee. Thanks.
Also, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here. My name is Eva Du Plessis, and I'm also a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Petros Mabunda, member of the committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alfina Ndlovana, the member of the committee.
Thank you very much. I'd already introduced the member of the Mayoral Committee, MMC in Ndwandwe, the MMC for Roads and Transport in the Sedibeng District Municipality, and the MMC is not part of the Portfolio Committee, but I would give him an opportunity to introduce himself as well.
Thank you so much. Let me greet you in the name of making service delivery fashionable. My name is Kosinathi Ndwandwe, MMC of Road and Infrastructure in Sedibeng Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC. On that note, honourable members, I then wish to check if the MEC is ready to join us. MEC Mamabolo, are you there? We would want to cross over to you. I know we've taken up a little bit of time, but MEC, are you there?
Chair, before the MEC comes in, I just want to indicate it's Member Kekana. I have managed to join virtually. I'm on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Kekana, and welcome. That's one of our other members who's joined us virtually. Thank you, Member Kekana. And we did indicate that you would be joining virtually. The team at the back there, have we got connection with the MEC?
Yes.
MEC, good morning and welcome. They're trying to sort out the picture, but I think what we should do is allow you to come in now, MEC. But before you come in, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you a very happy birthday, and I hope that it will be a special day for you, although it's a working day. But trust it'll be a special day, and it'll be a very special and fruitful year for you in the year that lies ahead. So very happy birthday to you, MEC. And on that note, to make your birthday more enjoyable, can I then hand over to you to make the remarks that you would want to make? I have already indicated to the committee and to our stakeholders here that because of various work programs that are taking place, you were not able to be here in person today. And I have already announced that. So over to you, MEC.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet honorable members and greet Councillor Ndwandwe, responsible for transport in the district municipality of Sedibeng. Also, let me greet all the guests and the residents and people of Sedibeng and Imfuleni in particular. Chair, I have tendered an apology. You have spoken to it already. But let me just emphasize that Premier David Makura has directed us to go to the city of Tshwane on Interesano programs. Thanks for the happy birthday message. Let me greet our accounting officer, the HOD. You have already introduced Dr. Darion Barkley. And I must say that this is his first meeting of the portfolio committee since he joined the department just in January. And we hope that he is leading our delegation, and I'm quite sure that he will lead it very well. Chair, the state of the province address, we have had the budget speech yesterday, and I just want to emphasize the message of the Premier about urgent, speeding up service delivery, or what Premier calls the emergency mode of service delivery. So we are coming to you, Chair, and the portfolio committee on the understanding that this is the time for fast-tracking service delivery. In our case, in transport, we will use the concept of putting service delivery on a fast lane to make sure that we really bring the services that are required to the people. Chair, the people of Mfuleni in particular will recall that as a department, given the fact that Mfuleni is placed under administration and is still under administration, they will recall that as a department, we have delivered 21 roads that were rehabilitated in Mfuleni, and we did this almost within a period of 6 months. And these were 21 roads of high quality, high standards, but we know that we have not completed all the roads. We still have very serious problems in Mfuleni of the roads, but at least we have reduced the impact on the area with the 21 solid roads that we rehabilitated. So, and I'll come back to this issue. Just on that, I know that today the main issue is really about reviewing the performance of the department, the quarterly report. And I just want to say to the portfolio committee that when you look at our quarterly report, please take into account the negative impact of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, because we had not, as a department, planned for COVID-19. Nobody planned for it. And the hard and tough lockdowns have actually impacted our capacity to meet our targets. Because you'll remember what COVID-19 will do to a department whenever there are rates of infections. And the hard lockdowns just meant that the quarterly report 1 and 2, 3 and 4 are quarterly reports or annual report combined that will reflect the severity of COVID-19. So I hope honorable members will not analyze and assess our report as if it was a normal year and there was no COVID-19. Companies in the world have had to close down. Economies in the world have taken a deep knock. The profits of many companies have fallen. People have lost their jobs. So the global impact of COVID-19 on the economy, on many institutions, on performance, on profits is recorded. So I just hope that the portfolio committee will not expect a miracle from us, because we are equally affected by the same COVID-19. So just that one point here, I want to emphasize that we need to start a new year, which the new financial year in April the 1st, 2022, 2023. And that is a year in which we hope we will reverse the negative impact of COVID-19. But at this point, I want to emphasize and overemphasize that point, that it's a point that cannot be ignored. So no expectations of miracles that will be unfair, that will be unrealistic, and we hope that point is well understood. Having said that, the issues of our organizational structure, which talks to our capacity to deliver projects, to perform, to deliver transport services, and of course to service our communities, depend on the capacity of the department. And the issue of the organizational structure, you'll get the details of it. But for us, we are very much happy that with the new HOD, he has made a commitment to me that by end of April, which is the new financial year, as we said last year, that we will finish the organizational structure by the end of the financial year. We are still committed to that target, and the financial year has not yet arrived. So we are still going to complete the organizational structure by the end of the financial year. And let me clarify what is the meaning of completion. By completion, it means we submitting the organizational structure to the Premier, for the Premier to deliver it to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. So we are committed to that date. Our target has not changed, and we will submit it to the Premier by that date. Chair, the issue of the bus subsidy tenders, that tender remain advertised. We are evaluating it, but there are challenges and issues that we are clarifying with national government. But the tender remains, and we are in discussions with national government on those issues. But otherwise, we are very much pleased with where we are. The other issue is, that I'd just like to clarify is infrastructure delivery. Just last week, we mentioned and announced a set of measures to fast-track infrastructure delivery. We spoke about delivering projects in cost within time, budget, and quality. So to that extent, we are very much confident that we will be able to deliver our projects in terms of the announcement we have made to set up the transport infrastructure house. Chair, just a second. Honorable Chair, so that issue will come out. We have announced the Infrastructure Compliance Office, and we have issued a statement, and Honorable Kekana gave an eloquent statement about that issue in the House, and I'd like to thank her for a very powerful summary of what the changes in infrastructure are. The other issue, Honorable Chair and members, is just the HOD will report on the Sebokeng DLTC. I have visited that area twice last year and this year I was at the Sebokeng DLTC. We will be giving them the service provider to prepare the tender. The PSP that we have said to them, we'll give them a PSP before end of March, and we're still committed to introducing the consulting engineering firm before end of March. So that will come, and then they will prepare tender documents for construction. Sebokeng, the taxi rank, the team will clarify that project, but we are happy that it is now being done by the Gautrain. Gautrain is well known for quality, for speed, and for delivering things that are the best. And Gautrain has started. They've appointed the engineering consulting firm, which is Hedge, and Hedge is one of the top engineering companies in the country, and they are responsible for that project. We are very happy that Gautrain, with the Hedge consulting firm, they will deliver that project. Taxi rank, that is also in scope. We are waiting for finalization of our discussions with Treasury on the budget issues. The last point I wanted to make very soon, it might be next week or that other week, we are going to discuss with the mayor and his team new sets of roads that we are going to do. I've already spoken about 20, and again, new roads to be rehabilitated, maybe around the amount, the budget, and we are going to build new roads. Rehabilitate another list of many roads to make sure that we address potholes, bad road conditions, particularly in Vereeniging. Honorable Chair and members, you have got to allow me to the discussions, but the Premier has arrived and I need you to release. It will not be good protocol for me not to welcome the Premier. I hope you'll forgive me. Thank you very much. Best regards. Thanks to the HOD. He will lead our team, and I'll still be in the meeting. I'll listen to the discussions whilst we do work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. I was hoping that there would be an opportunity for members to engage with yourself, But it seems to me that you're needing to leave us. I'm going to ask your office to interact with you to see whether we can find a way of you coming back just to join us for some interaction with members of the Portfolio Committee. So what I suggest we do in the office of the MEC to see if there's a way we can find a gap for members to be able to interact with the MEC. MEC, are you still with us or have you left already? Okay, let's do this. I will ask the committee to engage with the MEC on a number of the points that he's raised. There's another matter I think we would have wanted to engage with the MEC on as well. But let me allow Stembisa to do that discussion, and and let's see how do we have that engagement and a discussion with the MEC a bit later in the Portfolio Committee meeting. So members, I'm going to ask that I heard him with the headphones on, I was able to hear him. Maybe it's the loudspeaker system that maybe is not too clear, but we will ask again through Stembisa to get us some of the notes of the MEC as well. That's fine. No, thanks, Member Ledwaba. So can I just check, can everybody who's seated there, can you hear? I have been advised that if there are any of our guests here, yourselves over there are our guests, and if there's any of you that are wanting to be able to listen to the translation, if you can raise your hand, they will bring you headphones so that you're able to follow the proceedings of the meeting. So if there's anybody that would want to get the headphones, because we do have translation booths at the back, please put your hands up and they will come and bring through to you headsets so that you're able to listen. I'm not taking any hands from members of the public. I'm simply asking if you are wanting to be able to listen through the translation services, please raise your hand and they will bring headphones through to you. I also want to just remind all of us, we still have COVID-19 with us, and I would humbly request that if you are not speaking, that we keep our masks on, please. It's still one of the regulations under the state of disaster. It's one of the regulations that remains in place, so I'm requesting that we please keep our masks on. If you are speaking, you obviously can remove your mask when you speak, but I'm asking that we please comply. I know that there is sanitizers available as well, and we'll ask the support team to ensure that where people need to use sanitizers, that those are available as well. So on that note, honourable members, I want to then move to item 5 on the agenda, and that is a presentation of the research analysis on the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, which relates to the Department of Roads and Transport. And I'm going to hand over to the committee researcher, Phumlani, to take us through that presentation. Phumlani, it is you, eh? Just before you do that, I just want to ask that I know sometimes it's difficult sitting there listening, but if we can just keep the noise levels down as low as possible, because we do have members of the public who are also watching on Facebook and YouTube, and sometimes that if there's too much noise, it may come through on the microphones that they're listening to. So that's the request I would make. But Phumlani, can I hand over to you and take us through the presentation? I see it is flighted on the screens as well, and I hope from that side you're able to see it. So Phumlani, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, committee members, the officials from the department, and our stakeholders. Good morning. I'll be presenting the analysis of the budget adjustment for the department as well as the train. I'll also say something with regard to G fleet management, even though it doesn't form part of the adjustment that was tabled weeks ago. So what I'm going to do, committee members, is just to highlight areas that were affected by the adjustment. And I'll also raise a few questions that obviously the department will respond to. There are about 2 or so with regard to this adjustment. So the slide that is beaming over there, it's showing the areas that the adjustments were done. And just to say that in the main, in overall, the budget for the Department of Roads and Transport was reduced by 112 million, of which it's somewhere around 1%. So during this adjustment period, the budget of the department, of which is Roads and Transport, was adjusted downward by 1%. And just to say that the adjustment per program, if you can look at the program number 1 for the benefit of the stakeholders, we do have administration program as the first program of the department. And in terms of this adjustment, as we can see there, it was reduced by 22 million. That's 5% during this adjustment period. The second program that the department executes or implement the projects is the transport infrastructure program. And during this adjustment period, the budget for this particular program was reduced by 599 million. In terms of the percentage, it's 24%. So that means the budget for this particular program was reduced by almost a quarter of the main appropriation of this program. Program number 3, stakeholders, we do have transport operations. Its main responsibility is on the bus subsidy. And in terms of the adjustment there, the budget for this particular program, it went up by 147 million. In terms of the percentage there, it's 5%. We also have a transport regulation program, and during this adjustment period, it was cut by 3 million. That's the percentage there. That means it was cut by 1%. And we also have Gautrain, which received 366 million during this adjustment period. So that means the budget for Gautrain was increased by 366 million. And in terms of the percentage, that's 15% there. As I've already indicated, in overall, the budget for the department was reduced by 112 million, and in terms of the percentage, it's 1%. So I've noticed that there were some discrepancies in terms of the reporting with regard to this adjustment, and I think the department will also be given an opportunity to clarify this discrepancy. When I look at the adjustment which was reported in the third quarter, Chairperson, the numbers there were showing that the budget for the department was cut by 207 million. When I look at the third quarter report performance in terms of the financial expenditure, what they've reported, I've noticed that the budget there, according to their third quarter report, it was reduced by 207 million. And obviously, as I've already indicated, as we can see in this table here, it was reduced by 112 million. So the department will have to clarify or reconcile the two reports, the third quarter report of the department and the adjustment budget, so that we can be clear as to how much was taken away from the department. But in the main, another question has to do, Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee members, the other question has to do with just to explain the factors that contributed to this adjustment per programs. And I think it's also important that they also explain this adjustment per economic classification so that we can understand how this adjustment was determined. And what is also important, lastly, is to also show us the environment in terms of this adjustment. If we were saying transport infrastructure program, budget was reduced by 599 million. They should also illustrate in terms of where was this funds for transport infrastructure program shared with other programs. So that's what we should be also getting today when they present. That will be all, Chairperson. The next slide there, Chairperson, I've just indicated some of the adjustments that I've noticed when I was analyzing the third quarter report, Chairperson. This doesn't necessarily form part of the adjustment that was tabled in the House a couple of weeks ago when we talk about G-Fleet. As we all know, it's a self-sustaining entity. So, but when I was analyzing the third quarter report of the department, this is what I've noticed, but I know that we're still going to engage on this particular issue when we compile our committee oversight report on the third quarter report. But I've noticed that there were some adjustments in the G-Fleet, of which obviously the CEO will have to explain this adjustment. And that will be all, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phumlani, for taking us through that report. I can just indicate, members, that the presentation or the research analysis that Phumlani has presented had already been sent through to the department with some of the questions that he's been raising for them to respond on. But I just want to check with members if there's any other questions that members may have that they would want to raise here in relation to the analysis that has been presented by Phumlani. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that if there are questions, the department can take note of those questions now and hopefully be able to answer when we hand over to them just now. So let me just check with members if there's any, in addition to the questions that Phumlani has indicated as part of what he's presented that have been sent to the department, are there any additional questions that members may have or clarity where they would want clarity on in terms of this adjustment appropriation? I would open up for members now. All right. Member Mabunda, please come in.
No, thanks, Chair. Although I have not seen the questions that Phumlani has sent to the department, I just wanted to understand the impact of the budget reduction by 24% to most of the projects that the department is busy with. Will it have any, or it will have no impact on those current running projects, and what will be the most adverse affected projects that will be affected as a result of this 24% reduction in budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Mabunda. Can I check if there's any other questions? No. The indication I'm getting is that there are no other questions. I trust that the HOD and the team have taken note of the question that Member Mabunda is raising. I therefore am not going to repeat it. I take it you've taken note and will respond when you come to do your presentation in a few minutes. I decided to do it that way so that we don't have members sitting without getting answers to questions they may have here. So I hope the department will be ready. Thanks, honourable members. So let me just indicate as well, this, the committee is expected to table an oversight report on this adjustment budget at the sitting next week on the 15th. So that's why I opened up for members to ask questions now. When the department presents, obviously, we will open up for questions there as well. And then the team supporting the committee they've already got a draft report that they've put together for the committee. They will work on that, and after lunch when we reconvene, or later on the agenda, we will put that presentation to the committee and to see if the committee would be in a position to adopt that report so that it goes to the House to be adopted or to be presented to the House next week, Tuesday. So I thought I must just indicate how we will deal with this. So on that note, I would then want to bring in the Department of Roads and Transport. The team is being led by the HOD, Dr. Darren Buckley, who is here with us, and he will introduce his team. The committee, could they indicate how they're going to do the seating for the HOD and where he will present from? But I would want to once again welcome your HOD and your team. And we are happy that you are here with us in person to engage with us and interact with us. So, Mr. Mbisa, how are we going to do it? Okay. So, just Mbisa. All right. Sorry about that. I just wanted to get some clarity on the seating. HOD, what we have done is we've got seats over here with microphones. So what we want to do is, for each presentation, the relevant official presenting would come up here and present from here. There was an arrangement that was here earlier which was not going to be conducive. So, Stambisa, can we make sure there's also a roving mic available, because the HOD would want to introduce his team. But HOD, I think if you could come up here and join us up here, and then you will call up your team members as and when they need to come up and present. But if we could make sure there's a roving mic available down here, so that when the HOD asks his team to introduce themselves, there's a microphone, please. So, HOD, thank you very much, and once again we want to welcome you. I want to hand over to you, obviously for you to introduce your team, and then we will start with the various presentations. It's item 6.1, which is the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, and item 6.2, which is the response to the committee on the third quarter report. So let's deal with those two. What I'm going to do, though, is after the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill presentation, I will then open for any questions from members so that we can deal with that. And then Once we've dealt with those questions and interaction, we'll move to 6.2, which is dealing with the third quarter report, and you would then obviously call up your team, those who are presenting on that. So HOD, can I hand over to you and to introduce your team, and then take us through item 6.1, the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Before you do that, HOD, to all our guests, just to explain again, this is part of a formal Portfolio Committee meeting. So if we were not here today and we were sitting in a committee room, either in the legislature or in another facility, this is the work that we would have been doing. So instead of us being sitting in Joburg or in a committee room somewhere, we are sitting here in front of you so that you're also able to have an understanding how we do our work as a portfolio committee. And it's extremely important that the public understands that the kind of work that portfolio committees do. Otherwise, you will always wonder, what do these committees do? And how do they perform their oversight? What kind of questions do they ask to departments? And remember, all of us here that introduced ourselves just now as members of the Portfolio Committee, we come from different political parties, but we are members of the Portfolio Committee. And here you will see us working together very closely as we hold, in this case, the Department of Roads and Transport to account. That's one of our jobs, is to perform an oversight function to make sure that the department, under the leadership of the MEC for Roads and Transport, is doing its work correctly. It's for us to ask questions when we see things that we are not sure about, or that when we have concerns, to ask questions. And that we do on behalf of the public, because we are public representatives. We don't sit here representing ourselves with our jackets. We represent our different constituencies, and we perform that oversight work because that's the result, that's the function of members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. We are not government, we are in the legislature. The MEC who spoke just now is part of the executive under the Premier of the province, and the department here is the department, it's the officials, it's public servants who carry out the program of work of the Gauteng provincial government. But here we are from the Gauteng legislature. So I thought I would just explain that and to say that if we were not here today, we would be somewhere else doing the same thing. But today we are in front of you, so you get an opportunity to watch and understand how we do our work as Portfolio Committee. So I thought I should just give that explanation. HOD, over to you.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you very much, and good morning to all the members. Chairperson, with your indulgence, let me introduce the team first. As you indicated, Chair, my name is Darian Barclay. I'm the head of department. I am joined in this session, Chair, firstly by the CEO of Gautrain Management Agency, William Dex. I think, William, you can just stand up so that everybody can see you. Chair, I'm also supported by Mr. Jack van der Merwe. He is the CEO of the Transport Authority of Gauteng. I am then supported by the relevant Deputy Directors General in the office. And on the one side, to my far left, it is DRG Mokobani, Maputi Mokobani. He is the DRG responsible for roads infrastructure. And Chairperson, if we look at some of the comments made, primarily it relates to the roads infrastructure. I have DRG Motubatsi. He deals with transport in the department. And you will also note there is some areas in relation to transport. Next to Mr. van der Merwe, we have Ms. Maninjwa. She is the CEO of G-Fleet. And next to her is the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mampegololo. And then my office support is also here, Russell. We also have the office support of the MEC. And we have some of our members of the team. Chair, they're sitting in the audience as if they are from Sedibeng. I won't ask them to stand, but they are also here. Chairperson, as you indicated, we're starting with the Provincial Appropriation Bill. I will ask the CFO to join me here on the stage, but just as by way of introduction, Chair, as the member indicated, this is the budget adjustment process. Our budget has been reduced from 8.6 billion to 8.5 billion, so there is a marginal difference from the original appropriation that was approved by the provincial legislature and the Office of the Premier and the MEC for Finance. Chairperson, the adjustments that were made were essential adjustments. It is adjustments that needed to be undertaken because to ensure operational efficiency. And as the researcher has indicated, there is only a 1% adjustment throughout, but there is a bigger portion of the adjustment internally under transport. And apart from the one part where there is a significant portion, which is the Patronage Guarantee, it's only internal adjustments that has been made. So, Chair, importantly to note that the member is asking about the impact of the program and the impact of the adjustments. We can say, Chair, that all the projects are continuing. We want to put it up front to the committee that yes, there are projects that has been delayed, and some of these projects that has been delayed do have an impact on our overall budget. It does have an impact on our expenditure, and we will report to the committee again in Q3 how far we are when it comes to our expenditure patterns in terms of actuals versus the budget. We will report on those. But Chairperson, just for the CFO to explain at a high level, the adjustments is at 1%, but just to explain where those adjustments were, and it was internally in the department amongst the different programs. So just at a high level, she will explain that. But the 1% is the overall adjustment, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, members of the public, good morning and thank you for the opportunity. As the HOD has already given the high-level adjustment, I will go into details regarding where the adjustments occurred. I must start with the reconciliation between the 207 million and the 112 million. Indeed, the overall downward adjustment was 112 million. At the time when the department submitted its quarterly report to the Portfolio Committee, the department had not as yet received the final approval for the rollover of 94 million. It was only received after, hence the difference of the 207. But the overall final adjustment was the 112 million. Next, I will go to the explanation of the adjustments by program in administration. We had a program for military veterans who were assisting on the COVID-19, the scholar transport. Now, this program was not budgeted for in the current year, but the department, because of the impact of the COVID-19, saw it necessary to have this program. There was movement of funds. You will realize that the COE, downward adjustments from various programs, and this was to ensure that the program for the military veterans, which was housed in the department, in the transport branch, was funded, hence the 22 million downward adjustment in administration. When we move on to infrastructure, that is where we see a huge downward adjustment of 24%, which is 599 million. Firstly, the reason for the downward adjustment is that the department, because of the challenges of the delays in the procurement processes around infrastructure projects, in their assessment, they projected that there will be a significant underspending because of those delayed procurement processes, which are now being finalized. And as a result, in collaboration with Treasury, there was agreement that we will have that downward adjustment of 599 million. The 666 million went to Gautrain, and the reason for that is because Gautrain experienced a huge reduction in ridership, passenger numbers, as a result of COVID-19. But then they had an obligation which they could not get out of 366 million, which had it not been paid, then the consequences of that would be dire. As a result, the department then took 366 million to Gautrain for that patronage guarantee. That's the reason why you see the 366 million downward adjustment in infrastructure and an upward adjustment of 366 million in Gautrain. Regarding the 207 million, we surrendered that back to Treasury, and that was basically a way of making sure that at the end of the year, we are not reporting a huge underspending, which we had already projected. That was done in agreement with, in collaboration with Treasury. We move on to transport operations. You will see in transport operations there's an upward adjustment of 147 million. Part of that is the 94 million, which I've already spoken to. I've explained that was the rollover of the bus subsidy grant, and that was to cater for the subsidy payments for March, the latter part of March, which, because of how the payments are made, those payments are made only in April, but then it was necessary that we had that rollover to cater for those payments in April. That was the 94 million. And the balance of that is 53 million, really, which came from different programs. I've already spoken about the military veterans, and the bulk of that was really for the military veterans, to fund the military veterans and other projects like the TMC that it's being in operation at the moment. The 3 million downward adjustment in transport regulations, it's also part of the internal shift that the department made in order to cater for shortages like the military veterans in transport operations. The Gautrain, 366 million, I've already spoken to that. It is the patronage guarantee that had to be paid. I think that brings us to the conclusion of our explanation regarding how the downward adjustments were effected. Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Chairperson, that is all the adjustments. You will notice that the adjustments were very minimal. Primarily, you're looking at Gautrain and you're looking at the Military Veterans Cadet Program. Chair, can I just quickly go back and just say that I have not introduced the Chief Operating Officer of Gautrain, Tsepo Kube. He is also in attendance with us. He's supporting the Gautrain team. Tsepo, apologies for that, but you can stand just for them to see you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, that concludes the appropriation bill.
Thank you very much, HOD, and to the CFO as well. Again, just for those who may have joined us while we're underway, my name is Greg Schneeman, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee and also the chairperson of this portfolio committee on roads and transport. Thanks, HOD. Maybe I can just check with, and let me also take this opportunity to welcome Member Nell, Member Fred Nell, right on the end, who's joined us. We did give an apology that you were on the way, so welcome, Member Nell. Can I then check with honourable members if there's any members that would have any questions to raise or wanting to seek clarity on the presentation that's just been made? I see Member Ledwaba. I'll take your hand first. Member Ledwaba.
Chair, thanks. I wanted to establish, Chair, the almost 5 million rand that we were talked about that was used to build the pilot DLTC in Midrand. How is it accounted for in terms of this adjustment? Because as far as I could recall, apparently it was not part of the original APPs. or is something that was done internally? How does it affect this? How did it come about? Thank you.
HOD, if you can just put the headphones on and then put it on and leave it on number 1. I'll ask, can you hear? Is it on? Just press it on over the silver button and plug the headphones in. Can you hear now? Put it on to channel 0, you can hear. Okay. Member Ledwaba, can I ask you just to repeat your question? HOD was struggling to hear. He's got the headphones on now. If you could just repeat your question. Thanks.
Chair, I was saying when you went to Midrand, when you were asking about the DLTC, that pilot DLTC or temporary DLTC, we were told that almost an amount of 5 million rand has been used or is going to be used. So my question was, this 5 million rand would then come from their own internal processes, or it warranted some adjustment here and there? Was, if I'm not mistaken, it was not part of the original APPs. That was my question. Maybe, Chair, second to that was just to establish as to whether this transport infrastructure house, as we're told that it is sourcing skills primarily from GMA. Is there an amount currently allocated to it, or we are using operational budget to take care of it? If so, how much are we looking at? Is it part of the adjusted budget with regard to GTA, or something that falls outside everything that we are talking of? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ledwaba. Is there anybody else that would want to raise anything? Member Du Plessis.
Chair, thank you very much. I just want to ask, can we get some more information on this military veterans cadet program? Maybe just some information about how it came about, the funds that were spent and how it was spent and what it was spent for. If we could just have some more information on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Member Du Plessis. Is there anybody else, any other member that would want to raise anything on the presentation from the department? If not, then it's only the 2 members that have raised their hands, and I'll hand back to you, HOD, to respond to the questions that have been raised. HOD, thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, let me firstly say that the work that we are doing on the TIH, yes, the initial skills and support was sourced from the GMA to get the TIH up and running, but it is a project that the department will be taking over because the skills are being transferred to the department, specifically the roads branch, who is dealing primarily with infrastructure. So as we go forward, that project will be located in the department. I also, Chair, wanted to invite the committee at some point when the committee is ready, just to share how we have reconceptualized what we have done in terms of project management on the TIH. So it has been dealt with by the GMA with the support of the department, but once it has reaches a level of maturity, the skills are being transferred as we're speaking, and it will be functioning from the department's premises. So I think that's the one. Chair, the Military Veterans Cadets Program was a project. MEC Mamabolo is the sector lead responsible for military veterans, and he was entrusted with the provision of support for military veterans in that regard. What has happened, the cost primarily was for stipends to all the students that was involved in the scholar areas at the Department of Education, and it is coming from the budget of the Department of Transport. You will note that when Premier pronounced the various MECs as sector leads, also MEC Mamabolo is the sector lead for labor relations in the province, so automatically it will mean some of those costs will be carried for by the department. And Chair, when it comes to the 5 million, yes, we have not requested additional money for the DLTC. It is money that was taken from internally in the operational budget. What we have done, we have identified areas where they were underspending, and it means that projects were then not significantly affected, but internal shifts in the department have taken place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Member Ledwaba, you look like you want to raise your hand. I've learned to read you these days.
Thanks, Chair. Let me just make a remark, Chair. That, you know, sometimes we speak so high about GMA. It's fine, it's good. What is strange time and again is that in terms of their expenditure, everything in terms of their books is 100%. Regardless of the situation, whether you've got COVID or no COVID, whether there's adjustment, no adjustment, they always spend 100%. Then the question that I normally ask with regard to this, if when this DLTC was not established, what would have happened with that money? Now when you talk about this transport infrastructure house, you are incurring additional costs that were not planned for. But it doesn't affect your budget. So I always struggle to reconcile these things, that the resources that we're using, you are moving them somewhere, but at the same time, it doesn't affect our operational responsibilities. It will then mean it's either it's over budgeted or there's something just not correct, Chair. Particularly when you look at the track record. There is no way, Chair, when your money that was meant to do ABC now is redirected somewhere. But in terms of expenditure and everything, you still come out 100%. Unless there's something that they do that we have to learn from it, all of us. So that is my area of concern. That time and again, I can give an example, Chair. The ridership of Gautrain is at its lowest. But it doesn't affect the financials. Let me leave it at that, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Member Ledwaba. HOD, is there anything that you want to respond in terms of that?
Chair, let me just at a high level respond on the budget issues. Chair, I think the directive from the Provincial Treasury is very clear. As a department, we will only have an indicative allocation, and from that allocation, we need to ensure that we meet the objectives of GGT 2030. And as a department, Chair, we know that even if we have presented our budget for the new financial to the Premier's Budget Council, we had a number of pressures. Treasury indicated clearly the economic situation is sluggish, and whatever we do, we need to find funds in our department. So we, on a monthly basis, when we are looking at our projections against our actuals, we need to look at whether we will still spend the funds, whether it will impact on any project, whether it's administration or otherwise, and then redirect funds. And I think that's where we're going when it comes to the budget. So the first point of call, Chair, would be to look internally, and if you have increased your expenditure to such an extent that you won't be able to meet any additional demands, only then you will have to demonstrate to Treasury that you would need additional funds. And I think that will just explain the member's question on how it won't affect our operations. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, HOD. I think arising out of your response, I've got a question. Member Mabunda would like to come in. Member Mabunda, over to you.
No, thanks, Chair. And I think I hear what the HOD is saying. But I'm also trying to reconcile the two as presented by the CFO here. The overall downward adjustment of 1%, which is 112 million, but also the 366 million that was given to Gautrain, if I understood correctly. And I'm trying to understand what will it be used for. If I take note of what Member Ledwaba is saying, that the 5 million that we are using, or we used as a pilot for the DLTC, it's taken from operations, so it had no impact. But we still had the 366 million that is sent. It's given to Gauteng Management Agency, but for what? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Member Mabunda. HOD?
Chairperson, the money that we have allocated to Gauteng, the 366 million, to meet our obligations in terms of the Patronage Guarantee, that 366 million was primarily because of underspending. And on a monthly and quarterly basis, we review the current projects that we have on our books. And as you know, Chair, a number of projects has been compromised with encroachments and people coming onto the road reserve, informal settlements. So we then need to project the money that we have available for that project. Are we going to spend it by year end or not? And that is how we reprioritize our budget. Because, Chair, if we don't do that, we can sit with huge under expenditure where it can actually get over R1 billion. So there is a need for us to review our budget regularly internally, look at where the pressing demands are, channel funds there, but also make sure that if for whatever reason these infrastructure projects come to a fruition again, that we have sufficient funds to sustain that. But all these were as a result of underspending in the department, Chair. Thanks.
Member Bubunda, and then I'll come in afterwards as well.
No, thanks, Chair. The HOD will help me. I will just make a statement. You will either agree or disagree with me. So in essence, what the HOD is saying is that in line, or in fact, in agreeing with the negative impact of COVID-19 to quarter 1, 2, and 3, as the MEC has indicated that due to COVID, there's no way we could have met our obligations as the department. And hence, there's a downfall, or there's a under expenditure in the department to the extent that we had to take 366 million to GMA, meaning if there was no under expenditure, we will not have had the 366 million that was going to be given to GMA, meaning the impact will have negatively affected GMA's books in terms of that patronage guarantee that we extended to GMA.
HOD, before you come in, I think I had a similar question I wanted to ask, and a concern, because if the department had spent all its money and was not going to be sitting with under expenditure, can you clarify to us what was GMA going to do? Can you clarify to us does that mean that the GMA was not going to be able to carry out its functions? Was this foreseen earlier, or is it a case that the department doesn't want to be seen underspending and has transferred it to GMA? Because there is a budget and there are transfers that get made to GMA for the work that they are supposed to be doing. So when was it determined that the GMA needed this money? And what are those funds going to be used for? Because it doesn't gel that the department saw it was going to underspend, so you had to You then decided to transfer it to GMA. Was that always in the plans, or has that come about as a result of the department's underspending? I think we need to get an understanding. And particularly, what was the GMA going to do if it didn't get that money, if you'd spent all that money? Back to you, HOD.
Okay, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I can say, let me start off with a new budget, just to share with the members how we are dealing with this. In our new budget, we have not budgeted for the patronage guarantee, but we have shared with the Treasury. It is not in our budget, and the reason why we have not come back to Treasury for additional funds in the current financial year is because we had underspending. So we have flagged that with Treasury. So, Chair, yes, it was, Gautrain have always conducted their assessments of the ridership, and then they could have projected that there would have been problems. So they are always in engagements with us, and they can further explain that by the time they come to talk about their responses, Chair. But we can say that in the end it was foreseen as a result of COVID-19 because the ridership have reduced significantly. And Chair, it was not in the budget. We have not budgeted for that, but we also thought as a department, it is our entity. Before we go to Treasury, we must find funds in the department, and with the underspending, we were in a position to earmark that funds and transfer that to the GMA.
Members, is there any other questions? Because I think we have to come back to this. I think we may need to come back to this at some stage, just to get a thorough understanding. Member Mabunda?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I think indeed we need further explanation. Maybe GMA need to come and make a presentation in terms of, and I will not understand, I mean, the impact of COVID has affected us far longer than the 3 quarters that we are talking about here. So they should have seen or anticipated that in terms of the patronage guarantee, they were at some point going to fall short. And unfortunately, we did not budget for. And I understand that the department found it in their discretion to use the available resources because of the under expenditure. But the question I have is the same as you are asking, Chair, that what would have happened had the department been able to spend all the allocated budget in that infrastructure sub-item. It means we will have had issues on the patronage guarantee, or how will we have resolved it, and what will we do in future? Because this thing, this catastrophe or this COVID-19 is one of the many things that can come across. There should be a means in which we, the department or DMA, have some contingency plan with regards to it. And probably for now, we will need to appreciate that there was money available, but what will have happened if there was no money available in the budget?
HOD, so you can hear, we have our own concerns. Can you just indicate to us whether the GMA would be able to respond here today on this?
Chair, the GMA can respond on that, but and I wanted to respond to the question, if the department have spent all our money, we would have gone to Treasury to make representations to get the money from Treasury. But the GMA, there is an opportunity for them at a later stage to respond on some of the questions, Chair, we can maybe just use that opportunity for them to give further background on this. But Chair, I also take your point that maybe at a later stage, we can go into a little bit of detail where the GMA through us will then make a presentation on this for you to fully understand what are these amounts that needs to be paid, and what are those consequences if we don't pay, and what is the reasons that led to these amounts. Maybe it would be a useful opportunity to do that as well, Chair.
I think we will certainly do that. We won't be able to do that today, obviously, but we would want to come back to this and to be able to have a more in-depth discussion. And we will look at how do we schedule this, because it's not something we want to leave while it's still fresh on our minds. So we will look at the remaining committee meetings and see if we can schedule an opportunity to have that kind of presentation and to be able to have that kind of discussion based on the questions and the concerns we're raising. But we also accept the fact that when the GMA responds to questions on the third quarter, that they could provide further clarity. So I think let's handle it in that way when we get to that. So, members, that's the presentation that we've received from the department on the adjustment appropriation. And what I would want to then do is to hand over back to the HOD. We are going to now deal with the third quarter report. We received a research analysis report. We raised questions. It's been sent to the department through the office of the MEC. So let's come to that. But maybe just for our guests that are here, I just wanted to explain something. In terms of, we're talking about a third quarter report. So let me just explain very briefly. Obviously, the financial year always starts on the 1st of April and it ends on the 31st of March. So we are currently now in the last few weeks of the current financial year. And in about a month, 2 months' time, we will be engaging with the department on the fourth quarter. So what happens is every quarter, there are 4 quarters in a financial year, and in each quarter, the department reports on their expenditure for that quarter, how they've met their targets for that quarter, and other work that would have taken place during that quarter. The Portfolio Committee receives those quarterly reports, and we engage with the department through the MEC each quarter on the expenditure patterns, whether the department has spent in line with its projections, and we also look at the issues of their targets. Have they achieved the targets that they'd set to achieve during that particular quarter? It's one of the mechanisms that portfolio committees perform their oversight function. So you don't just have a department doing its work and then at the end of the year we ask questions and then suddenly realize that there was a problem. Every quarter, departments report. So the item we're coming to now is, we've already looked at the third quarter report. We've submitted questions, and so the department will be answering the questions that we had sent to them based on their performance, expenditure patterns, etc., during the third quarter. So I thought I'd just explain that so that everybody understands what we're dealing with here. It's part of the work of committees, and we take these reports seriously, and we take the engagements and the feedback we'll get now very seriously. And then what will happen? After today, a final committee report on the third quarter will be prepared. It will then be taken to a sitting of the legislature, where it will be presented to the legislature for adoption. So I just wanted to explain the item we're coming to next. So HOD, can we hand back to you and your team to take us through the responses to the third quarter, the questions that we'd submitted as a committee, and obviously the various members of your team that will be presenting as well. And I would suggest that they also come up here as and when they're going to present to join you up here. So back to you, HOD. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, let me invite the DDG Mokobani, responsible for roads infrastructure, to join me here. Chair, I can just share at a high level, I see the committee has analyzed the third quarter report, and there was a few peculiar questions that came out. The one relates to the delays in K54 and K69, the issue relating to PATCO, but then also the issues relating to the TIH. So Chair, I'm going to invite the DDG to give a bit of feedback on the delayed projects. Mostly the delays were as a result of the engagements with the city of Tshwane to relocate people that were on the actual reserve, the encroachments, and we will explain when the project starts and when the project is envisaged to end. Then, Chair, also there is questions on the TIH. I have indicated that the TIH has been set up with the support of the GMA. The TIH is chaired, there is two sections of the TIH. The one section is chaired by the MEC, so that MEC can make sure he has at his pulse all the projects that we are running, the current status of the project, whether the project is on track, which will show green, whether the project is slightly behind schedule, which is yellow, and whether the project is not on track, a very delayed, that is red. That will then give the MEC the time to intervene in these projects. And then there is also a part of the TIH that is chaired by the HOD before the MEC meets. And then there is also your technical session where the content are then included in the TIH. That comes from the various project managers, and we update our TIH on a weekly basis to ensure that you have an accurate analysis of the current status of the projects. So, Chair, I would say on that note, let me just hand over to the DDG to explain the issues of K54, K69, and then I also think the measures that we have put in place to address some of the potential issues. I also see there's a question on the PATCO contract, and we will later talk about the tender in relation to that. So the DDG will just explain that, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, DDG, please proceed.
Good morning, honorable members, honorable chairperson, HOD, and the members on the line, and also our honorable MEC. So on the issue of the K54 and the K69, we are delayed on those projects. What happened is that the projects are encroached, that they are in Mamelodi. The department has approached the city of Tshwane to assist with the relocation of the encroached citizens. Unfortunately, that has not yielded any positive results. The projects are still encroached in the reserves. And what we, on the K54 itself, that project, the way it has encroached, unfortunately, nothing can happen in terms of the progress. So the contractor has then notified the department to say we cannot proceed with the works, and they have done that in accordance with the contract that we signed with the contractor. They have notified to say we are terminating. Looking at the situation, the department then decided to say we cannot contest the termination by the contractor. If we continue with the works, we shall incur the standing time, meaning we're just going to be spending on nothing. It will just be fruitless because currently the contractor has reached a stage where he cannot basically do anything. So we are in the process of accepting the termination from the contractor and obviously look at what are the cost or what are the expenses from there. So for us to finish that project, we need to first relocate the encroached settlers and then do the normal procurement of the replacement contractor to finish the outstanding works. So we also have the the Premier's office assisting us in terms of the intervening in the project, but unfortunately nothing can be done but to remove the encroached Mamelodi residents there that are basically illegal on the road reserves. Then moving again to the K69. The K69, the contractor is still on site, but unfortunately we are heading to a point, if we cannot remove the illegal residents, we are moving to a point of the K54, where obviously the contractor will reach a point where he cannot proceed any further to finish the contract. But he is still working, I'm saying he or she is still working. The contractor is UMZO. They are still working on the road, but they are basically heading towards a point where they cannot proceed anymore because there's still encroachment. But the city of Tshwane is still trying to assist, but given what happened with the K54, we don't see anything happening there. So obviously, we will do what we can to finish the areas that we can work on. And when we get to the encroached areas, if we haven't removed them, we will unfortunately have to stop. We will not spend money unnecessarily to pay the contractor in terms of standing time. And then, obviously, the second question is more on the TRH. The TRH, MEC Mamabolo is the chairperson, and then the HOD is also the chairperson. So we have these meetings weekly, with the Monday's meeting being chaired by myself as the DDG Roads. Hedge is assisting us. We have the team on Tuesdays, that is the senior managers, the project managers, the support staff, and anyone that can be invited to the meeting. That is on Tuesday, which is chaired by myself. Then on Wednesdays, we have the HOD, who's the chairperson. We have the senior managers, the project managers, the staff members attending that meeting. Then we have the Mondays ones where the MEC is basically the chairperson, and then the report is presented to the MEC where any issues that requires his attention can be escalated and resolution can be taken, obviously. So the CFO also attends that meeting. So it's a high-level sort of meeting that we have with the MEC. And then the next one, I think. Okay, the next one is more on the TRH, whether we have the expert. We do have the expert in that meeting in the form of the professional service providers by Hedge. Hedge is there to advise, obviously, in terms of the processes, knowing that Hedge is in the infrastructure or the built environment, and they are really highly qualified. They do support the department with any expert advice or any matters that requires expert knowledge. I think I think HOD, I've reached the points that I had to address on my side. Thank you.
Chair, just to conclude on the presentation, Chair, the one part that deals with the Public Protector report on PATCO, what we have decided as the department, we have accepted it and acknowledged the report from the Public Protector, but at the same time we are busy with the National Department of Transport to have engagements with them because the issue relates specifically to Maloto Road, and before the department actually had the findings, we have advertised the tender for the subsidized bus contracts, and that tender have closed. The tender is in the process of being evaluated, but of course, by the time we get to the subsidized bus contracts, the response that we need to do, we'll just give a little bit of background on where we are, Chair. So, as a department, we are also compelled to report to the Public Protector on a quarterly basis on the status of implementation, and our first report to the Public Protector will now be due at the end of March. Chair, I think for that report, it concludes what we had to say. Thank you, Chair.
HOD, is that everything that you're responding to on the third quarter?
Yes, Chair. That was the third quarter. There's also the third quarter for G-Fleet and the GMA. This is for the department. Will be directed by you, Chair. Should we continue with those straight away, and then we take questions afterwards?
Let's continue with everything, and finish all the presentations on the third quarter, and then we can raise questions.
Can I invite the CEO of GMA to join me here just to take through the GMA report, and immediately after that, Chair, I'll invite the CEO of G-Fleet to take us through the report.
If we can also just ask that those who are controlling the slides can just make sure that the slides keep up with the presentation. There's a couple of times where presenters speaking and the slide doesn't match. So I'm not sure who's controlling the slides, but can we just make sure that we keep up with the presentation that's being made? Otherwise, it makes it difficult, not only for us, but stakeholders as well to follow on the screens. If I could just ask for that, please.
Yeah.
Actually, back to you and your team.
Yeah. Chair, what I think we'll do is the presenters present. Once they go to the next slide and they see it's still on the one slide, maybe they should just say to the people that's controlling, can we move to the next slide? It will just make it easier for the members and also for the audience here. Thank you. CEO, please start.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members of the Committee. HOD, thank you for the introduction. Chair, may I please ask for your indulgence to address certain matters which came up because they relate directly to the report which I'm about to give now. So I fear that if I jump straight into the presentation, it will make matters even more confusing.
No, that's fine. Please do so.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, so I need to take the committee back to give a little bit back in time in terms of giving context to what the GMA is, the Gautrain Management Agency is, and what the Gautrain project is. So all the way back in 2006, the Gauteng provincial government entered into a long-term, a 20-year concession agreement with a company called Bombela Concession Company. And at the time, the Department of Roads and Transport did not have a vote related to Gautrain, obviously. So two things happened in order to support this long-term contract, this long-term public-private partnership. Number one, a new vote was created in the Department of Roads and Transport. But I think more important and more relevant to the discussion today, a completely separate entity was created within the provincial government called the Gautrain Management Agency. Okay, so this is important to distinguish between governance and execution and budgeting. So we as the GMA have to run our own financial budgeting, expenditure and reporting system. We do it in conjunction with the department, so there's a very close relationship between the entity and the department, and the CFOs work very closely together, and I work very closely with the HOD. But the budgeting process is separate. So every year we present, as part of the MTF budget, our requirements in terms of what is needed to support the payments to Bombela, as well as the work which we must do in terms of our GMA Act and our mandate. So we have our own APP, our own KPIs that we must deliver on. Then came COVID. Chair, and you'll remember last year, I think the committee had a special research project on the Patronage Guarantee, and we did engage on this, and we did give the committee quite a lot of background and context to it. What happened with COVID was that And Chair, you'll remember that it wasn't just diminished ridership. Every rail system in the country was shut down for 5 weeks, and then with a very slow and phased reopening. Now that obviously had a very negative impact on the money that was coming into the Gautrain system. But in terms of our agreement with Bombela, there is a loss-sharing mechanism. So we share the losses. Our patronage guarantee, as the HOD correctly identified, increases, and Bombela have to bear losses over and above that. In other words, our patronage guarantee is capped. That is why, on an annual basis, and even last year, we were able to identify the shortfall that would be coming in this current financial year, and we tabled it through the Department of Roads and Transport with the Provincial Treasury. So, Chair, this is very important because and the question came from a number of members, what would have happened if the department didn't underspend? Our request for additional funding always went as a separate one to the Provincial Treasury. It was their decision to say, hang on, there's underspending in the department, let us rather utilize that rather than make an additional allocation to this. But yeah, it's not something which sprang out of the dark. It is something that we were already engaging with the department and the Provincial Treasury, I would say, as early as June last year. So then there's another element which I really want to touch on, and that relates to our relationship with the department when it comes to support services like the TIH and elements like DLTCs. So if I may just deal with the DLTC first. Member Ledwaba raised the question and he said, where's that money coming from? And actually, I must correct you on this. We are running a program for improving our stations. Member Ledwaba, you'll know at the moment there's not much, people just walk in and out. There's no coffee there, there's nothing. So we said, as part of our strategy to improve our stations, make them more attractive to passengers, what services can we offer? So we volunteered and got the approval of the MEC to open up DLTCs at our stations. So remember, Ledwaba, the 5 million rand that you refer to, number one, isn't just for the pilot that we're running. It's for all the stations where we put up DLTCs, and there'll be very nice prefabricated, low-cost DLT centers. But the expenditure comes out of our budget, out of our station improvement budget. So instead of doing another project, we said the DLTC will offer a very good additional service offering for people, and we also think it will bring more people to the Gautrain. So that budgeting we did ourselves. We did not go to the department and ask for additional funding on that. When it comes to matters around the support, such as the Transport Infrastructure House, Chair, the first thing that we do is we enter into a service level agreement with the department, because I can't go in terms of the mandate which the GMA has and go to Provincial Treasury and say, please give us money for this. So in terms of that service level agreement, we provide specified services, and I think it's been touched on in previous presentations, but to the extent that we hire any additional consultants or incur any costs, in terms of that service level agreement, it is refunded by the department. In other words, they budget for it as part of their ongoing process, and I think the HOD alluded very correctly to that. We then present an invoice for the costs which we have incurred. Gee, it's very important to note the GMA does not charge the department for our internal costs. So to the extent that we give support services, and I know our COO is very involved in this, our Chief Information Officer is very involved in the provision of assistance and expert advice, and we do not charge for that. So all that happens is we assist the department in terms of overall program support, but we only get cost recovery on the elements where we've had to spend money on external service providers. So, Chair, I hope that maybe sets the context and then allows me to talk about this very relevant question of what were our cost drivers in the third quarter. Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the cost drivers are, for the third quarter are shown on the screen at the moment. And you will see that it's broken down into the different elements. What we are reporting on, and maybe, Chair, let me just make one more background context. When it comes to the shortfall in the patronage guarantee, the number one source of money is from our cost efficiency, our cost cutting, before we go to Provincial Treasury or to go to the department. So we're reporting an under expenditure of 31 million rand driven by savings on pay costs, consultants costs, and ICT-related expenditure. The number one item for over-expenditure is this patronage guarantee, where, as we've explained, due to reduced ridership and reduced revenue, our patronage guarantee has increased to its cap. We've been able to offset that to some extent by savings and operational variations. We've used funds from prior years, and in the quarter, although it's not reflected here, we did receive the additional 366 million. But Chair, that is not, the 366 million is not in our report. So the overall over-expenditure to the end of December for the GMA, after all the cost-cutting measures and all the measures that we've taken, is 68.3 million rand. Chair, just to give, if I can give the committee some feedback on the ridership issue, Chair, I'm very pleased to share that we've had very steady week-on-week growth in ridership. Chair, last Saturday, we opened up the Gautrain where people could travel for free. We had 50,000 people who came and used the Gautrain on the Saturday. It was a well-run program. People had to register in advance, but they came in their numbers, and we saw, following on from that last week, a very pleasing uptick in numbers. So, Chair, I think at our next engagements, we'll be able to come and give the committee an update on how that is going. Chair, that is the answer to the question on the third quarter report. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, on that note, let me invite the CEO of G-Fleet. There's also some comments from G-Fleet, and I think, Chair, just looking at G-Fleet, the major issue was the adjustment to the budget, and the adjustment to the budget was minimal, but importantly to note for the members was where did that adjustments actually took place. So for the benefit of the members, Chair, let the CEO come up and then she can explain. There was two peculiar issues that needed to be looked at, and that is the engagement with the National Treasury on the first rand FNB matter, but then the major issue is then the downwards adjustment of 5.6 million in the budget. These were the major items, but maybe the CEO can just explain to us where those occurred, and we can take questions afterwards, Chair. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members, HOD, and the members of the public. We have been requested to outline or provide detail on the adjustment budget for the entity. For the financial year under review, we've adjusted our budget downward by 0.7%. In the rand terms, that will amount to 5.581 million. That resulted in our final budget allocation after the adjustment being 789 million, 012,550. The main areas that were affected by the downward adjustment, Chairperson and members, was mainly around the compensation of employees, The committee would know that in terms of the report that we submitted for the third quarter, we have indicated that we as an entity were sitting at a 29% vacancy rate, and therefore the high vacancy rate meant that we, and because of the delays in the filling of those vacant funded posts, we had to then adjust the budget downward by 4.7 million, and that would be about 4.7% reduction of the compensation of employees' budget for the financial year under review. And the other reason or other area, critical area, where the downward adjustment took place was on the capital expenditure, where we had to adjust the budget for corporate services by 8 million, and the initial budget allocation there was about 56.3 million. And the reason for that downward adjustment is because the entity has delayed in implementing the phase 2 project for the building rehabilitation project at the GFleet main head office. And that particular project, Chairperson and the MEC will then commence in this new financial year. I think that summarizes in the main the reasons for the adjustment in the critical areas for the GFleet budget. Thank you.
Chairperson, yes, that concludes part of the presentation, but I think in the end, Chair, the major issue is that there is a minimal adjustment to the budget, and it has not impacted on operations. I think the main issue for GFleet is similarly to the department, the finalization of the organizational structure, and we're running both the department's organizational structure and the GFleet organizational structure as one project for submission to the DPSA. Thank you.
Thanks, HOD. I take it that's all the presentations and responses to questions on the third quarter, covering the department and entities. HOD? HOD, sorry. I'm saying that's all the responses, both the department and entities. Is that correct?
Yeah. Chair, there's just one response on the first rent matter and treasury. Let the CEO just explain that. Then we are done.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairperson and HOD. The entity was requested to provide a detailed report on the appointment of the external party to review the service offered by the first rent, and also provide a report on the resolutions that were tabled in the special meeting held on the 9th of December 2021 on the transversal tender 46. The response we provide in Chairperson on question 4 is as follows. The National Department of Transport, together with National Treasury, did not proceed to appoint the external service provider for the review of the services offered by First Rent. And in the meeting, a special meeting that was held on the 10th of December 2021, the coordinating committee of the government motor transport officials resolved that the issue pertaining to First Rent or FNB and the underperformance or the non-delivery of the services that were expected to be delivered by them will be managed by the National Department of Transport through the CCGMT. And what has happened since that meeting of the 10th of December was that a task team comprising of government officials from the various government departments, including the provinces, has since been established by the committee. And one of the mandates that were given to the task team was to review the information that have been submitted to FNB, by FNB to the various departments, and also confirm the data accuracy of the reports that have been received. And furthermore, the CCGMT resolved that the RT46 contract between NDOT and First Rent should be expedited and concluded as a matter of urgency.
And we have been advised, Chairperson, that FNB has been requested to ensure that the contract is concluded by the 10th of March, because NDOTs have already signed their portion of the SLA, and we will then wait for further a report on that. And also the FNB was requested to present the proposed interventions to address the underperformance or non-delivery in the next CCGMT. Thank you.
Thanks very much to the HOD and the team, also from the entities, for the responses to questions that the committee had come up with when we received our research analysis. What I want to then check with members of the Portfolio Committee, based on the responses that we've been given, can I just check with members if there are any further questions, any questions of clarity or inputs which members would want to make in terms of what's been presented on the third quarter report of the department and its entities. Can I check with members? Member Ndlebana, I'll start with you. Is your hand up? Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson. Let me appreciate the response given by the department on some of the questions which have been raised by the committee. My major concern, Chair, and the HOD and committee members, I think with regard to the response DDG of the K54 and K69, I'm appreciating the William Nicol one. Yeah, the response are very clear and they're giving us direction. But in terms of 54 and 69 HOD, you know, it has been long talking about one thing, Chair. You see, immediately if the department comes back to us every time with the issue that they are unable to get the response from the city of Tshwane with regard to the relocation of the people who have encroached in the road which need to be used by the community. It gives us a frustration. It shows that as a committee maybe we are not concerned about the issues raised by the community who want to use that particular road to reduce the load of the people who are using the K69. Is Solomon Makatlango K69? Because if you can go in the afternoon or in the morning, in terms of K69, you will never be able to go out of Mamelodi within 45 minutes. But we have got K50. Chair, my concern is that, can the department outline to us very clear what are the issues raised by the city of Tshwane? What are those issues? Do they have a challenge of a land? Last time they were talking about they can't get a land, but recently there is an issue that they will be relocating people to Amaskra. Have they approached those people in the K54 as part of the people which were going to be relocated to Amaskra? There is a land by the city of Tshwane in Amaskra. Chair, and the second thing, with regard to JMA, I'm the rider of the Gautrain almost twice or thrice a week. You see, you have raised the issue of one of the issues that it will attract the riders. It will be the introduction of the DLTC in all the stations. How is it going to attract us as riders? I'm almost every day in the station, even yesterday and the day before yesterday. You know that all the Pretoria people, we are parking our cars at Hatfield and also at Bosman using the train. How is that going to attract? Because for me, even if the rider percentage has increased as compared to last year, but it's not the same as when it was started. And we thought that it will be able to increase a lot of economic monies in Gauteng. Chair, I think I'll stop there. I've been responded with regard to the issue of the structure in G-Fleet. We hope, Chair, we hope that they are not answering for pleasing the stakeholders and the community with regard that they will be able to finalize the organizational structure. It has been a song, Chair, of the finalization of the organizational structure. I'll pause there. Thanks, Chair.
Member Mabunda, and then I'll continue the side.
No, thanks, Chair. I want to first appreciate the presentation, particularly from the DDG Infrastructure and G-Fleet, and also GMA, because particularly GMA has answered most of the questions that we earlier had asked. And I have two questions. One with DDG Infrastructure. I'm trying to look at the Transport Infrastructure House, DDG. Out of your professional knowledge, what will be the difference between Transport Infrastructure House and project management unit? Or is the playing with wording, or is it the same? And if it's not the same, what's the difference? Secondly, on GMA, because out of your submission actually, and that of the HOD, and this has been said by the MEC on number of times, that the capacity of service providers that is assisting the department on the Transport Infrastructure House are sourced through GMA. My question therefore is, are you sourcing it specifically for the Transport Infrastructure House, or is it service providers that were within your panel of service providers that you are just lending over to the department to use as and when at their cost? Or are you sourcing it at the time of need by the department from the market to give it to the department? Because, and I'm trying to understand that at some point, or at what point do they take responsibility of the project management, of this project management unit? Because from where I sit, DDG, I think TIH is just a project management unit that the department on their own should be able to source service providers to assist them in running this thing. But I'll hear from you, DDG, and you, Mr. Tax. Thanks.
Member Du Plessis.
Chair, thank you very much. Also, just want to acknowledge the department for their feedback. Thank you very much. Just two questions to G-Fleet. You guys indicated that there was a 29% vacancy rate, and I know that the MEC this morning spoke about COVID and the impact it had, but just can you give us a short view of what the plan is to fill those vacancies, and also what the reason was for the second stage, what was that, the second phase projects that was not done, that was now rescheduled for the new financial year? Just also give us an indication why that happened. Thank you.
Member Ledwaba.
Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the clarification provided by the CEO of GMA. But just to tap in terms of what he has said. I think, if I'm not mistaken, sometime back, we were told of a meeting that was convened with these concessionaires, wherein they were supposed to look into the issue of carrying the laws together. Can we be brief as to how far did that go? Because my understanding was that when we win together. When we gain together. And on the issue of the station improvement budget, would you be able to share with us as to what that budget would have been used for before the conceptualization of the DLTCs? The amount that was mentioned of, to say it is part of your operational cost to improve services at the stations. What services have you been provided before you then use this money for the DLTCs? The issue of TIH, I just want to follow up on what Member Mabunda said. I'm still struggling even now to establish as to whether is it a project management office or is there a little agency that is created, or is just an operational initiative that you would do every morning, get reports from different sectors. But at some point in time, Chair, we were told that GMA has volunteered its consultants to be part of this DIH. And we were told at some stage that there is not going to be additional cost and care. But I get to understand now that sometimes you build the department in terms of the service that you provide. Is that correct? Did I hear it properly, or I misunderstood what you have said? I'm worried, Chair, because this thing of a dashboard, where I come from, is like we have innovated something special, just a dashboard. You know what a dashboard does? It just shows you this. And it would appear that it seems to be, and maybe we're missing something, Chair. Maybe they can just take us through as to what exactly is it that they have created that is so special, that it can even be launched, that we have launched this TIH, then we are showed boards that normally a project manager can just go there and demonstrate in terms of the status of the project. That is what normally project managers does almost on a daily basis. I want to lament again, Chair, the issue of K54 and 69. It is just unfortunate that we don't seem to keep record of what is presented to us. The first presentation was done in 2019, we were here, when some of us got to know about Zamaya Road and the difficulties and challenges they are faced with. Since 2019 up until now, there is nothing new. What is new, HOD, is that the contractor voluntarily terminated his services. That is the only thing that is new. What GMA gets, what GMA wants, GMA gets. We had at some stage solicited for the intervention of the Premier on this matter. I remember in 2019, I took it upon myself to engage the MEC politically to intervene on this matter. But 2-3 years down the line, we say we need political intervention. What kind of intervention are we looking for? We have tried, we were told in the last presentation, we were made to understand that you were going to request for the services of the Premier to intervene. I think that was last year. Today we are told we need political intervention. I'm just worried about that. And I'm worried about that because if GMA can just easily get money from Treasury, but we can't get less than 50 million rand to fix that particular impasse that we are having at that particular route. It is taking us more than 3 years just to secure funds from Treasury to say, yeah, we've got a problem here. It affects us to what other members have said. We are unable to do that. We expect City of Tshwane to use their unlimited funds to
to assist us as a province. Yet we can take more than 360 million rand on something that is not working. Gautrain does not carry people to anywhere because there is no ridership there. It's just a skeleton that is here, but we invest money there. But there are no people who have been transported by Gautrain, yet there are going to be economic benefits. We don't seem to invest in those particular things. The issue of encroachment is not an issue. We're told by the department at some point in time that the Transnet servitude. There were challenges around, I think it's Transnet or Waterboard or something like that. That took long to be resolved. Now we thought they are resolved. We were told in one of the portfolio committees meeting that there are 129 people who have encroached that road, and 119 of them have been relocated. Apparently there is a plot or plots that are secured for them. But why are they not relocated? We're told that this department is engaging with human settlement. We are not told of the developments around that. We are not even told if there are budgetary constraints. But other departments are saying to us, we have approached Treasury. And when they approach Treasury, they talk about the overall challenges of housing in Tshwane, in Extension and Region 6. That might actually take more than 2-3 years. Lastly, on this one, how much could have been incurred as standing costs for the past 2 years when these contractors were not operating, up until they say now it is enough, we are not going to continue with that. Lastly, on the TIH share, this PSP company, when the MEC made a presentation, he talked about having contracted a law firm to deal with these SLAs and other challenges that might arise as they deal with contractors. Are we talking about the same PSP or a ZZ parent component? And the question was asked, and I hope I might not be wrong to ask it in this platform. That company that is contracted in terms of the cost, how much are we looking at? How much is it contracted for this period of three years? Lastly, on the issue of PATCO, I know it's still coming. At some stage, we were told about there was an interdict. At some point, we were told that you needed concurrency with national. Now we are told the national minister wrote a letter. And when there were delays, we were primarily told there were delays because they needed to have concurrency with the minister. Now the minister had given you a go-ahead. All of a sudden, when we have advertised, now you are saying you got a letter from the minister. I'm getting confused. Unless somebody was lying to us to say there was concurrency that you got from the minister sometime last year. Now, when you are supposed to implement, you get a letter from the minister. When you had, according to you, you had to get concurrency from the minister, and you got that. That is why you told us by the end of the first quarter, you would have advertised and sorted this thing out. Now there is a public protector. There is a minister in the process. But you seem to be continuing with this process, despite all these challenges. Are you then saying, regardless of what the minister is saying, we're carrying on? It doesn't matter. What the public protector is saying, we're carrying on. Lastly, in terms of your analysis, does that mean we will still, as the department, get an irregular opinion from the AG? You remember you time and again said because of these contracts that have been there for some time, we get qualified audit opinion from the AG. In terms of all the initiatives that you have undertaken, which was meant primarily to redress that, are we making inroads or we are likely to get the same thing? On G-Fleet, it's just a question. Now, the polls have been moved again in terms of organizational structure. What bearing does it have in terms of our operational activity, this thing of organizational? Because at some point in time, we're told you do not have a CFO, and Mr. Govender was temporarily, what is the right word? Seconded to G-Fleet to assist with the issues that were raised there. Are we making inroads? How far are we? What is the impact of organizational structure? Thank you.
Member Nell? You're fine. Okay. Thanks, members.
Chairperson, just
Is that Member Dolly Ledwaba?
Member Kekana?
Member
Member
Kekana. Member Refuel Kekana. Sorry, couldn't hear properly.
Yeah.
Yes, please come in.
Yes, the disadvantage of not being next to you, you don't see my hand. I just wanted to make a comment, Chairperson, and I think Member Ndlovana and Member Ledwaba have covered me, because I also wanted to raise the same sentiments around K54 as well as K69. And I think it's very disappointing that the same communities who are supposed to benefit from these developmental projects in terms of these two arterial roads are the very people hampering development in that area. And I must say, I empathize with the contractor, and I'm not surprised that he finally bowed out, because this has been a very long and protracted, complicated process. But unfortunately, we as the portfolio committee, we were made to believe that, however difficult the situation is there, the situation is under control. And I think in our last oversight visit, which was the second oversight visit, we were given the impression that there is some progress being made in terms of the people that made the encroachments to the road reserve there. But it's very sad to note that finally the contractor bowed out and nothing has been done so far, because now that is going to result in a wasteful expenditure, and we are going to be stuck with the same situation that we observed in K54 there in Diepsloot. So I must say that I appreciate that the DDG is new, and the team, some of the team members are new here. Maybe if they were there before, they would have long resolved the impasse, learning from the attitude of the DDG, which he displayed in our last oversight visit to K54, where he said they learned a lot of lessons in terms of community engagement, so that there is proper community engagement before any project can start, so that the community can understand and be educated, and so that they can give us their buy-in, when we do these things, because sometimes they may not realize how important that piece of development is to their lives and how it's going to actually change their lives. So it's just a comment that I wanted to make, just to express my disappointment, noting how important and how important those two roads are to the communities of Mamelodi and Cullinan and Boschkop and surrounding areas. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thanks, Member Kekana. And you're right, if you were sitting here, I would have seen your hand straight away. That's on our lighter side, but thank you so much. HOD, before I hand back to you, I think members have covered me on the K54 and the K69. I also have concerns about the seemingly slow pace, about the seemingly inaction or uncooperative response from the city of Tshwane. That's, I think, what we're being told. We did a oversight visit there last year. At that stage, it did seem like there was some progress. And we are also often told that those roads, both those roads, are crucial roads that need to be completed, not only for the use of commuters, but that those roads would open up economic opportunities as well. So I think you can hear the frustration of members, and it's something that's been on the radar screen of this portfolio committee since 2019, similar to the K46 in Diepsloot, which has also been on the radar screen. So, yeah, I did want to raise something there. I've been covered on a lot of things by members, so my only other point that I wanted to raise is, and I think Member Ndlovana has in a way raised this issue about how is the DLTC, etc., going to attract people onto the car train, to use the car train on a regular basis. Because when you use a DLT, it's a once-off thing. And then you might need to go there again 5 years later to renew a license again. So I think we would need some more engagement on that, just on how, and I know when we had an engagement session with GMA last year, there were a number of plans that they indicated to us of things that they were looking at to increase ridership. And perhaps we may have to go back to that. But the CEO mentioned, and I did see this, that it was on the 13th of February, I think it was, or that weekend, should I say, where members of the public were invited to apply to travel for free on the car train. Now, and you say 50,000 people almost took advantage of that. May I ask the question? Do you think that was the correct move to do? You say that in the week thereafter and the weeks thereafter, you've seen an uptake in the number of people using the car train. But just asking, was that the best approach to use? And if you look at those numbers, was it the best approach? I'm just asking the question, to offer free ridership on the car train? I'm just asking that. Because I had seen it advertised. It's just a question that one is asking. But members, in listening to some of the questions being asked, some of these the HOD and his team might be able to answer. But some of these, I think, also require the engagement of the portfolio committee with the MEC. Now, I want to therefore suggest that those questions that the HOD and his team are able to deal with, it's fine. But I want to put it to the committee that we arrange a session with the MEC where some of these questions can be asked, and so that we can also get some responses from the MEC. Particularly, let's take the K54 and the K69. In the presentation that was made on the third quarter report, there it was talking about a political intervention. I'm not sure the HOD and the team can answer on the type of political intervention. I think that would be better dealt with by the MEC. So I want to propose, answer the questions that you can, HOD and your team, but I'm proposing to the committee that we engage with his office, that we arrange a special committee meeting where we're able to interact directly with the MEC on some of the questions we've asked now, and also a number of the points that he raised in his remarks earlier on. That is what I'm wanting to propose, and I would want to seek support from the committee on that. Member Mabunda?
No, thanks, Chair. I think, considering what the MEC said, that there was actually it was a preface he made before the start of the meeting, the negativity that comes to the discussions we're going to have as a result of the negative impact of COVID-19. And looking at what will have transpired in K54 and K69, I think it is necessary that we have a dedicated discussion on the issue of K54 and K69, but also afford the HOD an opportunity to, and the MEC in his submission said the HOD is his first meeting today, so maybe we need to give him an opportunity to personally go and look at K54 and K69 as the HOD of the department, and at the next meeting provide us with what he thinks as the HOD could be the best intervention strategy to deal with the issue of K54 and K69 to alleviate or to deal with the challenges that have been mentioned by Member Ledwaba and Member Ndlovan. So I think it could assist a great deal rather than continuing and lamenting on the two projects which has always had problems. But the HOD is new. Maybe let's afford him that opportunity to go and look at it and give us his commitment in terms of resolving the problem at the two projects. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Member Mabunda. So I think I don't see any other hands from members. So I think there is support that we would seek a meeting with the MEC to discuss in particular the K5469 and a couple of other issues that have been raised here. There's been matters raised about the transport infrastructure house, dashboard, etc. And I think some of those matters would need us to have that engagement with the MEC. So what I would want to do then, so we will do that and arrange that session. HOD, I think also, yeah, we would also want you to come back to us in terms of the department and the thinking around how we will be able to, or how the department, should I say, not we, the department would be able to ensure that we can start to see, as a portfolio committee, we can start to see progress around the K54, K69. So I think I would want to suggest, you've heard what members are saying about these two roads. Don't have to answer us now. It will come back to us in your next engagement with us as a committee, and we'll check on that. And we'd want to hear from you and your team about how best you think the progress can be seen towards the completion and then restarting the construction of the remaining parts of the road that need to be constructed. So I would suggest you don't necessarily answer us now on those two roads. On the other comments that members have made, there are some that we would also want to interact with the MEC on, but I think let me hand back to you and your team. Answer those that you can answer, and if you feel you need time on others to come back to us as well, you can indicate, and we will gladly accede to that. So let me hand back to you, HOD, and your team. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I would propose that you deal with the responses in the following manner. I will give GMA an opportunity to respond to the matters raised by GMA. GFleet can also respond on the matters. I will not ask the DDG for infrastructure, but I will then also share with you my preliminary thoughts when all the challenges relating to infrastructure development has been raised and what I've noticed. I'll share with you my initial thoughts, what I think, how we're going to propose. But I do take to heart what the committee have said about the visits, and I will come back. But let me start with the GMA, and then the CEO of GFleet will respond.
Chairperson, I would just need a little bit of guidance. Are we postponing feedback on the TIH to another session, or can I answer the questions?
No, I'm saying to yourselves, the team with the HOD, answer the questions that you want to answer, that you can. Those that you can't, we'll deal with in the next meeting. But as I've said as well, some of the matters that members are raising are matters that we would also want to engage with the MEC on, and we will determine those questions and we will forward those to the office of the MEC for that session we're planning to raise. Okay. Yeah, so I think proceed along that line. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll deal with the direct Gautrain related matters first. When it comes to the DLTCs, maybe I need to explain this a little bit better. The DLTCs are a community service. I don't know the exact number of licenses in the province, but let's say that it's 5 million people have licenses. There's 1 million people every year who need to renew a license. And Chair, the frustration is that there aren't enough DLTCs where these can be done smoothly and efficiently. So our thought process around this was to say we have stations. We have stations where thousands of people come through every day, but they're relatively sterile. We don't sell coffee. We don't offer any additional services. So the combination that we would like to do is value-add community services plus things that we can sell, for example, coffees, etc. So the DLTCs need to be seen in that context. It is very much a. Sorry, Chair, I'll move this closer. Is that better? Is that?
If you could maybe just try and speak closer to the mic.
Yes.
But also, Member Ledwaba, if you use the headphones, it helps as well. Thanks.
Chair, sorry about that. It's much closer now. Chair, what I was saying was that the DLTCs are just an example of a service offering we can do at stations. And I was giving some example. There's a significant number of people in the province every year who need to renew their license because it's every 5 years, but there might be as many as 1 million people in any 1 year that need to do this. So we would like to be saying to them, come to a very functional, well-run DLTC for the purposes of renewing a driver's license and come there on the Gautrain. It's not that it would be a completely different and separate market of people that would come there. It's a value add to people who would want to use the Gautrain. We think that it will increase ridership, but Jay, we're also very practical about this. We'll run it as a pilot. I think we shared with the committee when you visited us in Midrand that we will run this for a year and then have a look and say, how do the numbers stack up? Jay, moving on then, just in terms of the sharing of losses with Bombela, Jay, this is strictly in accordance with our concession agreement. We at the GMA have a concession agreement that we implement on behalf of the province. It says, in the event that ridership drops below a certain level, the province pays X and Bombela pays Y. And it's simple application of that contractual provision. In terms of the station improvements, Chair, we can come back to the committee. I don't have the exact list of ones, but examples would be we put in additional fare gates, for example, at stations where there was congestion. We've invested in additional signage and other improvements here and there that just enhance the customer experience. But we have a list of these projects, and we're happy to share that with the committee. So I think then I think that had to do with the Gautrain related questions. The specific question then was on the TIH, and were these PSPs, these private sector providers, sourced specifically for the TIH? Chair, they were not. What we at the GMA do is we maintain a panel of consultants as and when we need specific projects and specialist support, we go to that panel. So what we did then was, in terms of the scope of work in establishing that panel, we included program management support of the like of which we would use and the department would use through the TIH. Do we bill the department? Yes, to the extent that we expend money on a consultant and that consultant does work for the department. In terms of our service level agreement, we do recover the costs from the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson and HOD. The entity was requested to outline the plan to fill the vacant posts. Chairperson and members, I'm happy to announce that we have already advertised 25 posts out of the 80 vacant posts, and the advertised posts would be filled by end of June 2022. And also, we have already received an approval from the HOD to advertise another senior management post. And the advert for that post, we're anticipating that it will go to the relevant media platforms within the first 2 weeks of April. And the remaining posts, Chairperson and the committee, we are hoping to fill them in the next coming financial year. In the 25 posts we've already advertised, and those that will be filled by end of June, Chairperson and the committee, I must mention 4 of the 25 posts are posts for the senior management level, and those will include the post of the Chief Operations Officer, the post of the Director Maintenance, Director Finance, as well the Director Corporate Services. And we also have 1 senior legal official post within the 25 posts that we have advertised, and we're hoping to fill in line with the project plan by end of June 2022. The second question that we've been requested or explanation is why have we delayed in implementing the phase 2 infrastructure project. And Chairperson, there has been some legal issue that we had to resolve with the service provider that was appointed to design and supervise the project, and the legal issues were resolved in November 2021, and the final settlement agreement was signed, and the payment which was due and payable to the service provider was done in December 2021. The department now, or the entity, is now starting the processes of engaging the Department of Infrastructure Development with the intention of ensuring that the project will be implemented in the coming financial year. The last question posed to the entity is around the impact of the delay in finalizing the structure and also the high vacancy rate. I am hoping that the response given on the plan to fill the posts would, to a certain extent, address some of the concerns that have been raised around the high vacancy rate. And if I feel the 25%, the 25 posts that have already been advertised, that will reduce the number of vacant posts to about 51 posts, and more than 51 posts, and that those posts will be filled in the coming financial year. The reality is that we have a CFO that has been seconded to the department for the next from September 2021 till October 2022, and the MEC and the HOD have alluded to the fact that the proposed structure will be concluded by the 30th of April 2022, and we are hoping that once that process is concluded, we will then be able to fill the post of the CFO, and the COO post will be filled by end of June, so will be the other 3 management posts that I've already alluded to, and that will then ensure that there will be improved efficiencies within the entity, and management will also be able to perform their management responsibilities going forward. I thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, that's the responses, but Chair, can I just share with you at a high level without belaboring the point? In the Office of the Premier, there is a structure that is called the Premier's Coordinating Forum. It has a technical forum that is chaired by the Director General, where all the municipalities are part of that structure, and also the infrastructure departments. Then you also have the Premier's Forum, where it is a political forum where all the executive mayors are part of. We thought as another innovation to address all the issues relating to encroachments, to take it to that forum and get the direct guidance from the municipalities right there as to what is the plans to relocate those particular members on the reserve. Chair, we will not go into further detail on the TIH. I think that has been structured. We'll also wait for the discussion with the MEC on the law firm that we have appointed that comprises our Infrastructure Compliance Office. That is also to address all the delays with infrastructure projects where there is legal disputes. Instead of all the time for each matter, go to the state attorney, wait 3 weeks, it's not the correct counsel, but we have now gone through a tender process to appoint a particular company. But we'll go into detail with that with the MEC Chair. Chair, I think, yeah, let's stop there. We have responded.
Thanks very much to the HOD and team. That was a long discussion on the third quarter report, but I think went into other matters as well. And we will schedule that meeting that we've referred to just now with the MEC, and also give you the opportunity, HOD, to look at some of the questions and see how you want to put together a comprehensive response to the committee. But I'm looking at the issue of time, and I'm also mindful of the fact that the mayoral committee member for transport and infrastructure in the Sedibeng district, MMC Ndwandwe, who's been sitting here listening to us, may also have other things that he needs to attend to. So what I want to propose, with the permission of the committee, we are going on to item 7, and I want to just change things around a little bit. Instead of us starting with a progress report on the appointment of new subsidized bus contracts, I want to just propose that we start with the reports on the projects, and we start with the Vereeniging Intermodal facility and then move to the Sebokeng DLTC and TOLAB. And the reason why I'm proposing that, in case the MMC might need to leave, we hope he doesn't, but I want to just allow that space. So if there's no objection, HOD, we're moving on to item 7, and I would want us just to start with the reports from the Transport Infrastructure House on the Vereeniging Intermodal facility. Then we'll deal with the Sebokeng DLTC, and after that the K46 William Nicol, the P39 Muldersdrift, and then we'll come back to the progress report on the appointment of new subsidized bus contracts. Although I'm thinking maybe, yeah, that's fine. We'll come back to that. So let's, HOD, sorry to catch you off guard, but if we could start with that presentation on the Vereeniging Intermodal facility, and then the Sebokeng DLTC and TOLAB. And also because I suspect a number of our guests here are quite interested to hear about these two. And I thought that we had to deal with our earlier business, but I felt that it would be better if we could start with something that's of very real interest to some of our guests that are sitting there who've been listening to us, and also the MMC. So HOD, I'm not sure who's doing those presentations, but whoever's doing the Vereeniging Intermodal and then the Sebokeng DLTC, if they could then join you, or if it's yourself, that's fine. But let's deal with those two first, then we'll come back to the others. HOD, thank you.
Chairperson,
and thank you to members for your indulgence on this. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me invite the DDG to join me here. And Chair, just let me talk quickly on some of the current issues. Maybe we should go to, if we start with Vereeniging, we go to slide 8. Yeah, I see slide 8 is on the system. The DDG will just start with the process prior to where we are currently, if the information is needed by the committee. Currently, Chair, we had to prepare a business case for the Provincial Treasury to make the funds available. Treasury have raised a number of concerns with the business case. The Office of the HOD, supported by the CEO of GMA, we have submitted our responses to the Provincial Treasury, but the Provincial Treasury has not responded yet. What we're planning to do, Chair, wanted to wait just after the budget discussions from the MEC, because we needed to speak to the DDG responsible for sustainable fiscal resource management to take the matter forward. But I think when it comes to Vereeniging, there is two matters at play. It's the one relates to the temporary facility and the other one relates to the building of a more permanent facility. So when it comes to the details insofar as Treasury and the funding are concerned, that's where we are, but I want to hand over to the DDG just to give some of the other technical detail in relation to the project and maybe also the project readiness.
Okay. Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, communities. Yeah, as the HOD has made a summary of what is happening on the Vereeniging Intermodal facility, we know that there is challenges there. Project is not moving. But like the HOD has mentioned, the Vereeniging Intermodal facility is basically into two parts: the temporary taxi facility and then the permanent one. So we are waiting for the approval of the business case on both. But with the temporary taxi rank, what is happening? What has happened? The status as it is now is that the design works are completed. The professional consultant, the professional team has been appointed. They have done the designs. They have done the project specification for procurement of the contractors. So once we get the permission to proceed or the approval of the budget, we will definitely go into procuring the contractor, because we are done with the specifications, we are done with the designs as it is. And then with the Vereeniging Intermodal facility, the permanent one, the same with the approval of the budget or the finances on the project. We will definitely start with the works of the design, the project's specifications, and then move on to the construction itself. But we are just basically ready for the approval. Like the HOD has indicated, they are intervening to get the approval. It's just a matter of engaging with the Treasury and get the approval. There are questions that need to be answered, and we are answering those questions. But in terms of the technical specifications, we are basically ready. And then we are also ready to engage with the stakeholders that are there, the taxi industry, the business community around, and also the community in general, the environmental. So we are ready, but we cannot do that until we really have that approval of that. But the concepts are there, the designs are there, the drawings are there for us to move to the implementation phase, provided we get the approval from the Treasury. So we don't want to rush into formal engagements with the stakeholders until we get the approval of the funds. But technically, we are ready to hit the ground just when we get the approval from Treasury. Thank you, HOD. Oh, sorry. On Sebokeng DLTC, I wouldn't want to go into the background. We all know that the project has been, I'll use the word abandoned. It's standing not completed. But what is happening there, we have visited the project several times. We also, what we did, we identified what exactly needs to be done in terms of the scoping, because what we thought from the technical point of view is that we cannot just start with the appointment of contractor, start with the appointment of the, I'll say, replacement of the consultants, unless we know exactly what needs to happen. Because here we are managing the risk of overspending and the risk of over-design. We have concluded the scope definition of the Sebokeng DLTC. We know exactly what needs to happen. So the department has the database of consultants. So in the process, now what we are doing is we have identified which consultants are required. I'll give a few: architect, civil engineer, electrical engineer, structural engineer. So immediately, once we have our framework policy on how are we going to procure from our own database, we will start with the design work and then move to a procurement specification and the contractor. But we have appointed the database. So we will be appointing from our own database as the Department of Roads and Infrastructure. So we're not going to delay there, because already that process of appointing the PSP, the professional consultant, is done. So it's a matter of then we are in the process of getting those consultants ready to start with what we have detailed as the scope. And obviously that will speed up the process of implementing that long-awaited DLTC. Thank you, HOD.
That's the two areas that you have raised, Chair.
HOD, can you just indicate, for benefit of stakeholders, etc., the MEC in his opening remarks alluded to the involvement of the GMA. Can you just indicate which project, what's the involvement of the GMA? Because I see it's not in the slides there. If you can cover that as well, please.
Yeah, Chair, MEC did indicate they are involved in the Vereeniging facility, where they are assisting the department.
Yeah, HOD, I think on the involvement of the GMA, we've been briefed, and as a committee, of their involvement, what their role is, etc. That's what I'm asking, because you must remember here, we've got MMC from Sedibeng district sitting here listening with us. We've got stakeholders here as well. It's a matter that's been long outstanding. So just indicate what's the role of the GMA. What are they going to be doing? If needs be, I don't have a problem if the GMA speaks to this if you would want them to, but I do think I think we need to go beyond saying we're awaiting for Treasury, and then once it's approved, things will start. Let's get a sense. What's the role of the GMA? Why are they being brought in? So that different stakeholders who are keen to know what's going to happen with this facility would have a sense. So it's not just us as a portfolio committee. I know I might be putting you on the spot, but I do think that you should just talk to that, because there is a role that the GMA is playing. It can't be just they're helping the department. What are they helping the department with? And what is their involvement going to do that will help to speed up the process of this taxi rank? Back to you, HOD.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. Maybe let the DDG go into a little bit of detail when the process started, and when we started with the initial designs, and at what stage did the GMA and the team came in, and their specific role, starting with the business case and designs. Let's just take it from there, Chair.
Okay, thank you, HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The GMA, okay, let me start by saying the taxi or the Vereeniging Intermodal facility is long awaited. And at the time when we required the professional consultants, we didn't have this database. But GMA has their, like the CEO of GMA has mentioned, they've got the database. So because the department wanted to move with speed, and GMA is part of us. We wanted to move with speed. We went and requested them to implement as quick as we can, because we will understand that once you leave the project standing for a long time, definitely what is going to happen is that there's going to be dilapidation of the structure itself, given that these projects were basically not completed. So we wanted to ensure that we do not incur costs of restarting the project or redoing what has been done already. We wanted a smooth transition from the previous, I'll say, team to the new one. So GMA has responded well in the sense that we didn't see any delay in terms of starting with the redesign, with the designs, with the technical, I'll say, status of the project. So they did well, responded well. So they did the project management in terms of getting the project management team quicker. They did the concept in terms of the design from the architectural point of view, the cost consultants, the quantity surveyors. All the teams have been in place quicker, and we see the results in terms of the smoothness and the effectiveness of the GMA in that. So they really helped in terms of getting where we are able to say we need how much, what do we really need to build in that area, quicker than if we could have gone and waited for us to get the design, the procurement through the public and, public tender space, because we have to do public tenders. But they did their own database with their own processes, which is also public, following the regulations. So they did well in terms of getting the process running quicker and avoiding possible cost increases on the project and saving the department or the government some monies that we might have lost in the process. Thank you, HOD.
Okay. Thanks, HOD and DDG. Members of the committee? Member Lidwaba?
Thank you, Chair. I want to bring to the attention of the HOD and the DDG that we undertook an oversight visit. I think that was sometime in 2019. And what we found at the time was that they had contracted the services of consultants to deal with the design. So now my question would be, information that arose from the design process was used as an input when you did the business case. And now the role of the GMA in terms of the design process, what exactly does that entail? What is different from what was provided before? Because we were told in the process of engagement, they had sessions with the tax industry, they brought PRASA on board, and to a larger extent, the municipalities affected. So what would be the outcome of those engagements that, to a larger extent, GMA is supposed to take leave from there going forward? In terms of stakeholders' consultation, other than waiting for GPT to get approval and everything, are we being told that the taxi industry is on board? They've approved the design and everything? And are we being told that PRASA is now currently fully on board? Remember, we were told that one portion is for PRASA, something like that. And is the municipality or municipalities on board in terms of whatever that we want to achieve there? The Sebokeng DLTC toll-up, I don't think we've got something new.
We went there in 2019. The information that is provided to us is up until 2015. And even the previous portfolio committee did have a visit there. And we then took from them, but there is nothing new. And we've been raising this issue time and again every time when we meet. Now we are told that GMA seems to be our panacea to the problem that we're having. Now, what boggles my mind, Chair, is that we know DID is an implementing agency in the province. Now, it would appear that we are going to take that function and give it to the department. Is DID on board approved the fact that as the department you are going to run these two projects? Or you are still negotiating with DID? Remember the time when we were engaging with the project managers from DID, they were lamenting the fact that these PSP are the ones that are normally utilized by the DID. And the problems that we had with Vereeniging in terms of the drainage system that was there was by and large approved by the same PSPs. The problems that we had when there were challenges with the geological challenges that were there at Sebokeng, they were by and large approved by the same PSP. So I just want to get a sense, and at the time we were told it's very difficult, it was very difficult from our own project managers that had to deal with DID. So now there is no longer DID. Is it a fact? Or now it's GMA, is it a fact? Or you are still going to do it as a department? So that there is clarity around that. Because what we have been told from what the MEC was saying, the impression is created to us that these two projects are going to be run by GMA. Correct us, correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? Member Mabunda?
Thanks, Chair. I want to only speak on the Sebokeng DLTC, and looking at the report or the progress report that it's being brought forward, speak nothing of what we'll have seen on site there. And Member Lidwaba is correct that around 2019, we've been there, and the story that is narrated on the board is the same story that we received or we got at the time. So unless there's nothing new from 2019 to date, it's fine. But if there's anything new, can I get an indication what will have transpired between 2019 to date? What will be the way forward into resolving that Sebokeng DLTC? Because the infrastructure that was left there by the contractor, it's gradually deteriorating. And if we don't look into it as a matter of urgency, it means the 70 or 80 odd millions that we've spent there will amount to nothing, which will be a waste on the resources of South Africans. Thanks, Chair.
Member Nell, please come in.
Yeah, Chair, can I just ask what action has been taken internally against the project managers for these projects?
All right, I don't see any other hands, so HOD, let me hand back to you and your team.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me start off with a project where, and I know it's common knowledge that the Oversight Committee, they've conducted a visit in 2019 and the various issues that was raised in that area. Chair, I can say when it comes to the Sebokeng, that the issues relating to DID is also common knowledge. And I think in March 2021, due to the challenges of poor performance, the DID, we had to recall the Sebokeng facility from them. So it was then agreed that that facility will be handed over to the department, including Vereeniging. So both projects is no longer in the hands of the DID, because the number of explanations and the number of delays could not be accounted for. So what we have done, as we have indicated, the conditional assessment was done, and now as the department, MEC has announced it last week, and last week when MEC announced it, all the new appointed professional service providers were all with us. They are signing SLAs, so we are ready now to appoint a PSP for these projects. And yes, the DID is no longer involved. I think that we just need to put it up front. Chair, if you talk about action being taken against the project managers, if it's project managers in DID, we are not aware of any action that has been taken on for the project managers, and as a department, we cannot take action. We, as the HOD, the then HOD, would liaise with the HOD there. The teams would come together, but we just realized we're not going anywhere. And that's what I've read extensively from the documentation. And that's where we are. I don't know if the DDG want to add more on what I've said, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. On the issue of, or matter of the stakeholder engagement, we really do have the PRASA, the Transnet, and the taxi industry, and also the business community within the Vereeniging on board. So it's just a matter of formalizing the engagements in the sense of having frequent meetings. We thought, let's not formalize it because we will be reporting the same thing unless we get approval from the Treasury. So as it is now, the stakeholders are aware of where the status of the project is. So we thought, let's leave it at that. But we are still open to discuss with them further if there is any need. And then we have also, with regard to the concept of the Vereeniging Intermodal facility, engaged with them. They know exactly what we are bringing into the Vereeniging. So that part of communication, which I have mentioned before, we have corrected it in the sense that now the community around understand exactly, or the stakeholder, major stakeholder around understand exactly what are we bringing in there. We just suspended the periodic engagement in the form of meetings to say, let's get our ducks in a row internally with the finances, and once we did that, we will continue with the engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, HOD and DDG. I think so. That's where we are. Okay, member now.
Yeah, Chair, can I get an indication of the cost overruns on these things? Because you see, my concern is that you have a budget against which you deliver a project. Then you don't finish it, and then you spend a new budget against that project. So at the end of the day, you pay double, 3 times the cost of what that project should have been initially, which means that you're actually taking money away from the next project. In other words, if you don't you can't start with project B before you finish project A. But then project A eats all the money, then you can't actually fund project B. And I would like to know, what are the cost overruns and what are we doing if DID was the implementing agent using DRT's money? What recourse do we have to reclaim some of those funds? Because you cannot expect taxpayers to pay over and over and over for the same thing, because that's in essence what's happening here.
Before you come in on that, HOD, I think a question was raised as to what action has been taken against individuals that may have been at the heart of what's caused these 2 projects that came to a halt and haven't progressed. Now, I hear what your answer is, but I think as a committee, not now, not today necessarily, but we do need a response. We do need to understand. I think we do need to get a very clear indication, and we need an understanding as well as to is this just two projects that came to a halt for different reasons, or is there wrongdoing somewhere? Because it's public money that's been used, and in both cases we're going to find double expenditure, probably. An infrastructure that was put in place, and some of that infrastructure might not be able to still be used, as we saw in the K46 past Diepsloot. In the K46 in Diepsloot, just as an example, there's whole sections of a road that must be replaced. There are culverts that must be replaced that were built lower than what they should have been built. And yet, and I'm giving this as an example, somebody there has made lots of money. And now the department and government must spend more money to rectify. So I think we would need to get some feedback on this. I know it's maybe one you're not going to be able to give an answer. But on the Vereeniging Intermodal facility, you say you're waiting approval from Treasury. Just as an indication, how long does it take to get these approvals? And I'll tell you why I'm asking. Because I would hate I don't think any of us on this committee would be very comfortable if in a year's time, I'm just saying, we were told we're still waiting for approval. So without asking you to predict, but how long does it normally take in general for such approval to come through? Just so that we understand where we are heading to in terms of the Vereeniging Intermodal facility. So let me stop there and hand back to you, HOD, and then we'll move on to the other two reports. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me say that when it comes to the consequence management for the project managers, where you indicated with DID, I will liaise with the HOD there to gather details, and I will share that in a report to the committee. And just for example, the K46 that you have mentioned, all the people that was involved in K46 from project managers, that disciplinary hearings have taken place. I think we are at a stage where it is now being concluded. So that process is taking place. Chair, I can just say the DDG will talk about some of the overruns, but Chair, in terms of Treasury, they have given us an undertaking that they would normally get back to us within 30 days once we have submitted documentation, whatever the case is, whether it's deviations, because I have engaged with them personally. But Chair, in this case, in terms of Vereeniging, I think they had like over 20 issues that they have raised with the department, and it is quite detailed issues that they have raised with us. As a department with GMA, we have responded to those. But I thought, Chair, that with the up and down, they respond back to us, we respond. I have engaged the DDG there that is responsible for the budget to say, can we rather not engage immediately after the budget vote? So if there's any issues that you need to clarify, we clarify it there, we provide a response, you provide us with the funds. Chair, I am equally concerned with that because the MEC is at pains to explain, and the MEC is at pains to ask me for direction in that regard. So within the next few days, we hope to conclude that meeting with Treasury to hear whether they are satisfied with our response, and if there's any other queries, we will take it from there. I have undertaken that personally to engage the DDG there, Chair. But in terms of the project overruns, let me get the DDG.
Okay, thank you, HOD. Indeed, when the project gets stopped and takes longer to resume, there will be a loss of funds and loss of money. But what happens is that when there is a contract in place, especially in the construction or in the built environment, obviously I'll use K46. Obviously, there is remedial or penalty clauses that are in place within the contract, and there's also guarantee on performance. So we will give details in terms of this, in the case of, Sebokeng, of what exactly guarantees do we have. Like, I'll give an example of K46 where we had the retention monies from the previous contractor that we used to basically fix the expenses that we incurred in the previous contractor, Lube. So in this case as well, we will get what exactly has been spent and what were the contract clauses in place with regard to the retention monies and the performance guarantees that the DID has entered with the contractor that has abandoned the project or the service providers. So that will not just be left as it is. Unfortunately, of course, there will be more money that will be spent from the government for non-completion of projects and abandonment of the projects themselves. So definitely that is a challenge that we will be faced with, but we will look into the contract as to what were the clauses for non-completion of the project, and then how much retention money is there, and we will always obviously use that money to fix the damage in terms of not completing the works. Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, HOD, on that. I think that deals with the, I want to handle things this way. I wanted us to take those things quickly now. What I would want us to do is then move to the K46 P39. I don't think those reports are probably long reports, because the Portfolio Committee did undertake an oversight visit about 3 weeks ago, and we were given detailed presentations there. So can I make a suggestion here, HOD? If there's anything new subsequent to our oversight visits, let's raise that. Let's not go back to what we were told there. And I think really what we would want to hear today, we were there 3 weeks ago, I think it was 3 weeks ago, at the K46, William Nicol Drive. And when we were there at the site office, we were told that within the next week, in fact, they were already busy with some earthworks and clearing areas, and we were told that they would be back on site in full steam. So since our visit, if we can just get an indication as to where have things progressed since our oversight visit on the K46. And then on the P39, there was about 10% of work that still needed to be completed. And we were taken to that particular intersection where work still needed to be completed, and we were assured that within the next week or two, I think it was, they would be on site. So I think what we need to get we just need an update of how have things progressed since our oversight visit there, both to the K46 and P39. But you don't need to go back into the history and the detail. So can I hand back to you on that quickly? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the K46, I can gladly report that the contractor Slim B and D has since started with major earthworks. There is much progress on site as it is. We were saying that in the previous report, we were saying that the SMMEs and the workers from around the area will be appointed. That has happened, and they are on site. Every morning we are monitoring in terms of the pictures and in terms of the Gauteng infrastructure dashboard of what is happening. So we have progressed well there. And then we haven't, since we have started, we haven't had any disruption from the community. Our point as we presented during the oversight, we have a buy-in, I can say, because there is positive response in terms of working and in terms of the progress itself on the K46. So there is much progress there that is being reported, and then there will be expenditure as well. Positive expenditure in the sense that work that is done. So we are happy with what is happening there. on the project, Chairperson. And then on the P39, at the time, we were still waiting for approval from our side in terms of the purchase orders and the approval for us to proceed with the works. That has happened, and we spoke with the contractor themselves. The contractor is still waiting to move on. So we will not have the situation of the K54 where the contractor will abandon the site. So in that case, we'll just have to pay the contractor for the amount outstanding, because the contractor has indicated to us that unfortunately because of the cash flow, he cannot start unless the payment has been issued from his side. But we need to follow process from our own department of paying. So we are in that process of paying the contractor for them to start on site. They are ready to start once they receive the money. But there's no more issue in terms of not understanding how do we proceed with the PO from our executive. So everything has been clarified. It's a matter of paying, and then the contractor gets to site. So he's ready to go there, and he has still maintained that he's only 2 months to complete the work. So we are estimating completion, I will say, by end of May or within May, if I may just be over-exaggerating. But it's 2 weeks, and then they are ready as per the presentation that they have done during the oversight. So it's just a matter of giving them money for them to be on a positive cash flow to expedite the project. But we have done with the process of approval from our executive level. So it's at the point of paying the contractor. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Judy.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to check if there's anything from members just very briefly, because then I want to proceed to the progress report on the subsidized bus contracts so that we can then have engagement with community members. Can I just indicate that I know that the committee team will be starting to take row by row some of the community stakeholders out to get lunch while we continue. So if there is some disturbance and movement, it's just that some of the stakeholders are being taken out to get lunch, and then they'll do it in rotation so that we don't all sit waiting till the end. Member Ledwaba.
Thanks, Chair. I think what came out from that oversight visit, which according to me was a major thing, was about the completion date. Remember that PSP, those people were meant to consult and then come up with a deviation process so that they could be a new completion date. Has that been done? And it is true, Chair, with regard to P39/1, the 2 weeks in question, the impression I think that was created was that during that particular period they would have settled the outstanding amount. Now, what could be the challenge around settling the amount? Because they made it very clear, that company, that in the absence of any payment, they are not going to do any job. I think that's what needs to be expedited from the department side, unless if there are issues in terms of settling that amount. And the question would be, is the department satisfied that the amount in question is agreeable and can be paid, or there are still issues around the amount that, according to them, they do not have money, or they do not agree that they are owed that particular amount of money? Thank you.
Anybody else? Member Mabunda?
No, thanks, Chair. Same on the P39/1. The amount outstanding was given to us when we were on site there. But my concern is on the 10% of work that is left, because the contractor was saying if the matter of the outstanding amount is not sorted out urgently, the infrastructure might be affected, and of the 10% that was left, if quantified, it's going to cost the department three times more than what it's going to cost, what is left now. Because of the escalation cost and whatever the contract is allowing them to charge the department on. And have we sorted that one out, or what is the value of the outstanding work that is left other than what we are owing them now? Thanks.
Maybe just then, before I hand back, one of the things they pointed out to us at the P39 when we were there is they already were showing us how damage had occurred due to the heavy rains. Now, in the last few days, and in the time since we've been there, we've been having some incredibly heavy rainfalls, particularly in the last few days. Heavy, heavy, heavy rainfalls. So the question I'm asking is, you're saying that the payment has been agreed at executive level. It's now just a case of the money being paid. So how long will that take? Because the longer we wait, the longer the possibility of more damage being incurred. And then the contractor will turn around and say, no, but it's not enough money. We need more money. And then there'll be more delays again, as we've seen in other parts of the P39. So how long will it take for that money to reach them? Thank you. Back to you, HOD and the team.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think just for the benefit of the members, because this amount of money that we had to pay relate to previous outstanding amounts, there must be a memorandum explaining the process, explaining what the amounts is, that it's not amounts that we are paying in advance for audit purposes. And I think that process has been completed. I think it's now a process where it must go into the system. So I would think that there's payments run CFO every week. So it should go into the system in the next week or so, Chair. So the administrative process has been concluded. If you want a specific date, maybe the CFO can give us, but internally we wanted to make sure that if there is an audit query, we do not incur irregular expenditure, and all that work has been completed. I think that work has been done, and I think that was the biggest portion of the work. I think in terms of the 10% and also the completion date, maybe the DRG can just talk about the completion date, but that's where we are insofar as that is concerned, Chair.
Okay, thank you, HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. So in terms of the deterioration of the works on the P39 and 1, P39/1, the contractor has not basically abandoned and ran away from the project. What I'm meaning is that the contractor is still there to ensure that everything is still up to where he left it. So basically, when he left the project, he didn't leave, he closed the project, meaning that the damage that can happen from the rain or the environment will not be huge, in the sense that they really terminated the works, not terminate the contract, but terminated the works in such a way that any weather, any damage will not create costs to the department. And also in terms of safety or safety and security, the contractor will still have the security on site. So they did not really abandon, like the case of Sebokeng DLTC, where there's no one from the contractor side. And we are engaging with them, we've been engaging with them, hence they didn't really terminate the works. They could have terminated the works, but we engaged with them to ensure that we really save money as the Department of Roads and Transport. They do not leave site. They could have done that based on the contract and based on the time that we've taken to pay. And like the HOD has indicated, we needed to ensure that audit trails and we can explain the expenses that we're going to incur for the same contractor. So in terms of the K46, when we were there, of course, we talked about of bringing the contract earlier than it anticipated. We are still in discussion with the contractor in our contracts meeting, but at the moment, we haven't concluded the issue of bringing the contract earlier than anticipated. We're still anticipating 16 months, which is, when you look at the current time, it's July 2023. That is in the next, I will say, calendar year, July 2023. So we are in the discussion. We haven't just dumped that discussion. We are in discussion, and then our consultants, together with our project management, are monitoring the progress. And so far, I think the contractor has really jacked up, and they are doing as per the construction program that has been submitted to the department through the agents. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, HOD.
I think we will continue to put pressure on no, are you wanting to raise something? Because I want to move.
The project officially started in March, and within 16 months period, they would have completed the project. But the due date for completion is the end of June this year. So that is what I was asking about, the revised dates. Have you revised it? Because it's practically impossible. You can't have from March to December 16 months within that particular period. That is what we thought we were going to deal with as a matter of urgency. Thanks.
Do you want to respond, HOD, Chief? DDG?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member Ledawa and Chairperson. You are correct. At the moment, at the time when we were on site, the WSP has indicated that they are still evaluating the issue of the extension of time from the contractor, the claim that was submitted. And that is correct. It has been submitted. So what we know from our side is that there is an indication, and the issue of the extension of time is partly the contractor and partly the matters that are beyond the contractor's control. So it has not yet finalized, but I can, based on the 16 months that was put forward, I can tell you that the contractor has not done anything from the date of appointment to the date of March or the date of when they are restarting the project. So it will be, contractually it will be, and even I'll say business-wise or common sense will dictate that definitely if you have not done anything, you cannot do much for the period that you have to finish the project earlier. So the WSP, together with the department, are considering all the facts, because we don't want to rush into approving the extension of time or rejecting the extension of time and find ourselves now having to deal with the litigation. We are treating that project with care and with much, I'll say, all our project management and expertise in mind to ensure that we don't lose more than we have lost already. So all the facts are taken into account. Unfortunately, it's not a matter of just to say, because there is an extension of time application, therefore we will approve. So we are considering all the facts, but I can assure the members that we will, our decision or the evaluation or adjudication of the claims that are on the table will be done fairly and with much care and taking all into consideration and minimizing the losses for the department and the government in terms of funds and time. Thank you.
HOD and the team, thanks very much. I just want to say this, that as a portfolio committee, we will not release the pressure. We will keep up the pressure in terms of our oversight work. Also, in terms of these projects that we've been discussing today, the K46, the K39, the Vereeniging Intermodal Facility, Sebokeng, DLTC, these ones in particular, there are others as well. But I want to say this, that we will not relent on our pressure. We want these projects to be completed. We want to see them completed. On behalf of the citizens of Gauteng and the respective areas in which people come from, we want to see those projects completed. So we will not relent in our asking of questions, and we will not relent in the pressure that we're putting on the department. We are not putting pressure expecting corners to be cut and things to be done incorrectly and wrongly, but we are putting pressure on because we don't want a situation where we sit back and then we come back in a year's time and then we have the same story. So I just wanted to indicate, it's not because we don't have anything else to do, but it's because we want to see the commuter and travelling experience for the citizens of Gauteng improved through these projects being completed. And we know that the MSC has given us a commitment that steps are being taken to ensure that all projects are completed on time and within budget. And we will do our work as the portfolio committee. So I don't want people in the department to take it personally when we ask questions. It's because we simply want to see the work of government taking place and completed within budget and on time. That's all we want to see. So I thought I should just make that very clear on behalf of the portfolio committee. HOD, can I just check with you? The report on the appointment of new subsidized bus contracts, how long will that take you? Do you need 5 minutes? Do you need 10 minutes? 5 minutes. Because after that, I'm going to open up to members of the community of any questions they may want to ask. But if you're going to take 5 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I must also say to you that we do not expect you to reduce the pressure that you're putting on us. We don't expect that, Chair. And I think if you continue with the pressure, we have to continue sharpening our project management skills. We are happy with that, Chair. I can say that to you from the side as the HOD of the department. Chair, in terms of the bus contracts, I think it's important to note that members raised the issues earlier. Yes, Gauteng was the only province that have started with this tender process. It's also common cause that we have incurred irregular expenditure as a result of this bus contract. So because we have incurred so much irregular expenditure, we had to write to the minister to say, can we get your concurrence to go out on tender? The minister granted us that concurrence. That concurrence, as a result of that concurrence, the tender was advertised on the 15th of October and it closed on the 14th of January. As we were about to start with the evaluation, we received a letter from the minister withdrawing that concurrence. So that concurrence, currently as it stands, that concurrence has been withdrawn for the department to go out on tender. But we believe, Chair, what we have done in the interim, we thought that we should continue with the evaluation so that we can see what the market is out there, what the market are offering. But whilst we are continuing with the evaluation, we can't make any pronouncements on it because the minister has now withdrawn the concurrence. So we are continuing with the evaluation only for the benefit of us to see what would be the cost of the market is that these operators are giving us. Whilst we are waiting now for that, the Minister and National Treasury is in discussions regarding the contract because our view is, Chair, if we need to continue on the current basis, we want to review the current terms in terms of costs. But we also, the one thing that we do not want is, we do not want to incur any regular expenditure. While that process is underway with the minister, we are also now facing a court matter. And that court matter with the South African Bus Operators Association, that is taking place on the 17th and 18th of March. As the department, we have submitted our papers, and we are now waiting for the court date. So that's where we are when it comes to the bus subsidies, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, HOD, honourable members. There's the presentation. I think it's very short. I don't know if there's really much that we can engage on here. So I suggest we take the report as it's presented. We'll engage with the MEC when we meet with the MEC. I think that's the best thing. So that's the report, and you were correct, it was short and to the point. So I'm advised as well it's not practical to take out row by row to go for lunch. So what I want to do is we're going to open up for members, some of our stakeholders here, to raise questions. And I want to raise some questions that you may have on some of the things you've heard today. But remember, this is a portfolio committee on roads and transport. We do have this meeting is being recorded. So if there are some questions that you are raising that are not necessarily related to roads and transport, with the team that we have, the support team, we'll make sure those questions get referred to the correct department portfolio committee as well. But I would want to try and ask that we really keep our questions to issues that relate to roads and transport, because otherwise they won't be able to answer, okay? And I'm also mindful that yourselves have been here for a while with us, which we really appreciate. We really appreciate you being here. But we are also mindful of the fact, because what we want to do, when we've taken the questions, got some the responses, we want to release yourselves. Because there is lunch that's been provided. We still have our work to finish. We're not worried about getting food for ourselves now. We'll do that later. But we'd be more worried about yourselves. So I want to check, do we have roving microphones ready? Okay. So let me just check for hands, and I'm only taking one round of hands, all right? So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, gentleman in the white hat, and behind you at the back there is 5. And then I see 6 at the back there. So there's 6 hands here. So what I want to sit, I'll come here second, okay? Can we take the 6 hands here first? We start here in front. Gentleman right here in front. Just for the records, if you can please just indicate your name and maybe just which ward and area you are from. Just so, because it's being recorded, so that at least we've got details. Please proceed.
Hello, everybody. I'm Msanda Mongezi Mchekwane Ramabulani. I'm from Davidson. I am Msanda of Buyani Sirisimnyama, which is an organization that deals with, guess what, virginity testing. My goodness. So anyway, the question, what I would like to say first and foremost, thank you for a wonderful team. This rainbow governance thing is working. This new government of ours is working. Just look at the amount of intellectual property and what you people are doing. I salute you and offer you my blessings. The question I want to ask was aptly answered by Madam sitting over here, Mama Undrovana. Mama Undrovana articulated an issue about case 69 and case 54, which is a community issue, which is this is a political question regarding the matter. That have you taken enough in your oversight, enough interest in the relocation of the people who are probably interfering with your construction of the road? What empathy have you shown, particularly to people who may be mothers with children and so forth? So I would appreciate a response from the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping it brief. Maybe I can just say, going from now for the rest, let's give it about 3 minutes per question, so we can get through all the questions. But thank you for being brief, sir. Sir, over to you. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson, and all protocols observed. Mine is, pardon? Oh, my name is Victor Simpiwe Mabaso. I'm a chairperson of the Rail Commuter Forum in Davidson. As you know, that there have been this problem of the rails are no longer working, are still at the present moment. I've heard here that there will be a renovating of railway stations that is now, they are to be redeveloped and so forth. That is one. Because you know the damage that have taken place. I won't be long. And then the other thing again is that in the townships, they are busy focusing towards Vereeniging, that is from Annadale. The next station is, what station? What is the name of the station? Lowly. Yeah, I am recommending this area for doing that. It is said that there are no budgets to build new stations. On the other side, the councils are exciting in building malls. I am making a request to this panel that stations should be built as they have built Lonely, much as the malls. It should be a mall outside as the councillors are busy working towards building more malls. And then underneath, then they can build the station. The mall should be nearer the traffic of people. And we need stations, we need to use the rail transport. It is the best affordable transport for the commuters. Please, 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 this is a request. We cannot afford to pay high amounts of money going to work or going wherever it is, hospitals and so forth, which is taxis and buses. But the railway is much cheaper. So this is a suggestion which I'm putting forward, that build a mall at the top and then build, it should be on top of the station, then you'll find that you have solved two problems, a problem of a mall and a problem of a station. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 3, the gentleman at the back there with the hat with his glasses on top.
Thank you, Chairperson, and the whole portfolio committee and the House. My name is Jabulani Mkhonza. I'm a chairperson of Commuters Forum of Kwatuta. The problem that I'm having here is that as the commuters in Tsakane, and we are left stranded, we were ripped off of the buses. Firstly, they took the buses from the scholars. Now they took the buses from us as the commuters. Now we are having a problem because I heard that the tender process ended on the 14th of January. But till now, from January until now, we haven't got a transport. Now we are forced to go to the taxis. And we are dealing with the parents that are single parents, and most of them are mothers who are working domestic work. And they are earning plus minus 2,500 rands per month. And when you send them to the taxis, we find that they are getting difficulties. And the other thing that when you go to the taxis, there are demarcations whereby other taxis cannot cross the line to another demarcation. But when we use the buses can take you from one point to another to the end point. But when you use taxis, we have to catch about 2 to 3 taxis, and we are spending a lot of money. And at the same time, we are dealing with single parents. And we are appealing to you that since from January till now, we don't have a transport. And then my appeal or recommendation, I recommend that there must be a commission of inquiry, because with the operation that we were working with, we definitely sure that we were putting a lot of money, but we are told that the company that we were working with, it's broke. And then we are not sure that when they say they are broke, how could they can be broke? Whereas we are sure that we are pumping money because we are buying a tax every month and every week. But at the end of the day, we were told that the company is broken and the company is closed. I'm definitely sure when we're at Hamaskral, we gave our petition to MEC, Mama Bole. Till now, there's no response. I can attest that Mr. Mabunda knows our problem very well because he was in MNC at Egur Lane. And until now, our problems are not resolved. I'm appealing to the portfolio committee, please help us. We are disparate. Thanks.
Please proceed.
My name is Chablani Sope. I'm from Davidson. What I need to find out, it's just, I understand that they delivered 21 houses, 21 roads. I just want to find out 21 roads in 6 months. How long? How many kilometers are those roads? Maybe 10, 20, we don't know. Maybe 5 meters. Secondly, I understand that what you call the HOD is going to go and investigate or check whatever, wherever she's going. When you come back to the community, to the committee, will the community be part of that or not? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The fifth gentleman, and then number 6. No, hang on. No, I didn't. I recognized. Hang on. So this is number 5, number 6, number 7. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to all the leadership in front there. My name is Opa Mahakwe. I'm from Midval Ward 8. I'm here to actually try to kindly request the department to assist us with scholar transport. I've done this for so many times, and I'm hoping that this is a relevant department or portfolio committee to actually request this. There is a challenge in our ward where there is kids who walk from Sicelo to Sicelo Primary. It's a very long distance, and they go through big trees and congested shrubs, and they are, most of the time they are actually marked and attacked. They are very little kids. This happens almost every day. They also have a problem of, they have to carry a huge bags behind their back to go to school. I have written letters and petitions to the Department of Education here in Vereeniging, and then they know about this issue. Currently, we are busy with a petition to the department again. The problem is that this has taken too long, and there's been children who have been murdered, killed, going to school. There's so much evidence that there is a need for a bus here. We have actually, the department has indicated that there's only one problem that was actually an obstacle to give these children a bus. It was a distance of 5 kilometers radius. But you see what happened, we actually, after there was in another area, which was an extension of Sicelo. Now, our distance is more than 5 kilometers radius. We are kindly requesting the department to take this matter seriously, and we are hoping that as soon as possible, these children, because the situation is getting out of control. Children are being marked. There's actually, when they go past, when they are going to school, there is a children who died going to school in this regard. So I don't know what to say in this case, but we are hoping and praying that you really take this matter seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Meshach Ntibedi, Ward 25 in Polokong. My questions will be based, in fact, I will request that I direct my questions to the officers, the accounting officers, by the way, the HOD and the DTG. And my questions will be based around VAL issues. And let me start with Vereeniging tax rank. I am completely dismayed by the response, in fact, by the presentation made by the HOD and the DTG around Vereeniging tax rank. I found it extremely difficult to understand whether the monitoring and evaluation prior to consequence management has been applied to a failed Vereeniging tax rank, yet millions of rands has been spent to that particular project. Where are the consequence management? I believe that politicians are relying on an accounting officer, and in particular instances, an HOD and DTG, including the project manager. What happened to the first project? Where are the consequence management? What happened to those who were supposed to do what you are supposed to do? What is the status quo for now? As we speak, the taxi rank is an elephant zone. Have you ever gone to the current Vereeniging taxi rank and seen the debilitated situation and environment which is there, especially under the COVID? Do you really take us seriously as people from the VAL? I don't think so. This cannot be tolerated anymore. You're talking about professional service providers. Let me ask you, have you ever appointed the professional service providers which you claim on an incoming project once again? Have you not considered the professional service providers before on a failed project? What makes you to think that the professional service providers which will be appointed upon receiving funds from the treasury will make things to be little bit different compared to the past? The second question, the Gautrain. How do I benefit as someone residing in the VAL around Gautrain? Can you kindly please explain that to me? Lastly, HOD, DTG, I've got a personal problem with one of your officials around communication. She's playing into politics and she's just a mere official. And she is here today. I take strong offense in the manner in which she addressed me yesterday by including a political head of this department, Kolube Mamalbolo. I want this matter to be addressed and to be addressed as a matter of extreme urgency because I'm hurtful. Thank you.
Sanibonani sishaya umthetho. Mina nguMichael
Sorry,
wakaHlatshwayo.
can I just interrupt you, please? I'll give you a chance now. I just want to appeal. You're free to raise the questions and the issues that you are raising, but could we do it in a correct manner? It's a portfolio committee meeting. And I would really appreciate that we just be careful the kind of language we use. I have no problem, and we have no problem, in you expressing your views, but that's all that we would request. So, yeah, I just wanted to raise that. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Please proceed.
nguMichael wakaHlatshwayo. Nginenkinga lana ngendaba yaseDavidton, ngihlala eDavidton. Kwaningi sikhuluma ngendaba yamabhasi. Masikhuluma le ndaba lena nobody osinakayo. Masiya ekuruleni bakusenda pill to post. and bathi i-license ibanjwe yini nalapho ukuthi bathole i-license yoku-operator amabhasi for ekuruleni. So izinto zilungisiwe whatever njalo ukuthi amabhasi azohamba kanjani. So inkinga asazi ukuthi kuphi. Siphinde sibuye futhi again indaba yidla umuzi kakhulu waseGauteng. Angazi ukuthi indaba zange nibize iprice ukuthi bekhona la or ababi ilento za iGautrain yadura. Never say afford iGautrain. So sayidinga ilento za ama train wethu abuye. Bizani okhona ningayithathi le issue le nirefelele kulento za ku national. Thina sifola iprotocol. Silandela iprotocol fuze siqale umasipalati size kini from the sisuke kini siye ku national. Sine problem le akendaba yama train. Ngiphinde ngibuye futhi again. Never zange nisitshele nize kithi nisibuze nithatha ama-ambulance wonke no operator yini ama-ambulance la thatha 3 hours sometime angezinokuza. Sine problem nakhona lapho. So senivela ngalezi ezinye izinto whatever izinto ezinjalo nizositshela ukuthi no Gautrain ini whatever indaba semamelodi serious nayo ngokwayo. So siyacela anisinakeni indaba yeprasa is serious. Siyafuna ukuthi ama-train wethu abuye futhi again. Nithatha imali nayibuyisela back nenza zonke lezi zinto lezi. Imali futhi isebenze la ukuthi nisize uprasa. Thank you. Ngiyabonga.
I think we've taken all the hands from this side. I want to suggest, I just want to get guidance. Do we take the other side as well and all questions at once? Okay. All right. Can we check for hands then? So we've noted all the questions. The team here have noted the questions, and when there's responses, we'll also indicate which ones we will have to take up. And I know that they've also been taking down the names and contact people of everybody who's asked a question. So let me check here. Yo, there's lots of hands here. Hey? All right. There's a person here in the red top, 1. The yellow T-shirt behind, number 2. Next to you is a lady there in blue, I think it is, number 3. Then a gentleman behind with a brown top, number 4. On this side here, there's a person in a green shirt. That's number 5. Number 6 next to you in the brown shirt. Hold on. And then I'm trying to check right at the back. There's 3 hands. 7 is a gentleman there. I can see your hand. And then 8, person with a black sleeve. And I think that's it. Okay.
Good afternoon to everyone. Unozipho Mapumulo from Orange Farm, representing the bus community. But I've got a number of queries. First and foremost, we are being told about all the roads that are being built. But then how is this being monitored? Because a road is built today, but 2 years, 3 years down the line, it has got potholes, and then you'll be taken from pillar to post in order to get those potholes to be fixed. So we've got a serious issue, especially in the Val. We've got a lot of potholes, and no one is actually even coming back to us to say, this is the plan when it comes to monitoring these roads and when it comes to evaluating these roads. And then the second question when it comes to roads, it's the fact that how does the department evaluate the contractors that are awarded contracts to come and construct roads in the area? Because all the contractors that are coming into the location, especially Lukshin, those people actually take advantage of the people in the location. Firstly, taking advantage of the fact that we haven't had roads for more than 20 years. So when they come, the contract, the tender will actually extend. Instead of a road taking 5 months to be built, it takes 2 to 3 years. So, and then when it comes to the bus, the Department of Transport, that was the Department of Roads. When it comes to the Department of Transport, we've got an issue. Since trains are not operating in the Val, buses are extremely full. And there's nothing that can, when we speak to operators saying that, can you increase the number of buses that are operating? They always tell us that the department is not going to allow. So since PRASA is going to take forever to bring the trains back, what is the department saying about increasing buses and reviewing the routes that we have? Because the current routes that we have are from in the early 2000s. So whatever that was working in the 2000s no longer works now. So what is the department saying? Because whenever we sit down with operators, they always say that the department this, the department that. And another thing, when it comes to Ipelecheng, Mgcibelo, Gauteng coaches, we have lost representation of the department. We no longer know who's responsible for our region. The last people who were there, they never respond to any of the queries that we have. And it's always the department this, the department that. Thank you.
Sanibonani nibingelela nonke igama lami ngusoli based on what 25 Pulukong. Umbuzo wami mina actually input iya direct kwi HOD nebandla lakhe. I heard ukuthi you already took a database le previously which is GMA enayo ukapointa for a taxi rank, the permanent one. What about Tina abasakhula nge grade 1? Nithini ngathi you are left behind. Hence near to Johannesburg niza already nama SMMEs. Hence Tina sikhona ngapha we region ethu Sedibeng. The other thing is siyabonga kakhulu nge temporary taxi rank, but then you should provide us nge boat as well, because if you can't cross there both entrances kugcwele amanzi. I thank you.
Sanibonani. Ukhuluma yonguleyo kwaMasango. Ubuya eMpumalanga. Ukhamba ngebhasi yecompany yePatco. Interim contract IC52/97. Umbuzo wami naku. iIC52 ayingenanga kuthenda. Sifuna ukwazi ukuthi kuza kanjani uma nikhipha amathenda wamanye amabhasi. iIC52 ekhamba ngomlodo road yona niyibeke eceleni. Besijabulile uma sizwa ukuthi kuphuma ithenda yamabhasi. Sicabanga ukuthi nathi sizoke sithole itransport eright. Ngoba lamabhasi esihamba ngawo kule contractor eningayikhiphanga ethethe uminister. Uma sigibelile sihamba sibona phansi. Uma kuna imvula sisukuma sonke sime ngenyawo siphatha ama-umbrella. Kusoze kube nini solo sikhuluma lento A1 engalungiseki. Ikhampani yakwaPatco uma iqala ukwenza ikhampani bathi bayenzela thina abantu bakwaNdebele. No. Sihluphekile kwanele, abantu baqoshiwe emsebenzini kwanele. Abanye baphethe ama-final warning kwanele. Ngisuke eMpumalanga ngifuna ukwazi ngizwe nikhuluma ngayo la nikhuluma ngemlodo road ngazibuza ukuthi le contract abakhuluma ngayo bakhuluma ngayiphi ngoba yethu ayingenanga kuthenda yethu ibambe nguminister. Namhlanje before ngiphuma la ngizolala la ngeholweni. Ngibaba ke ningiphendule nangibuyele emuva. Ngifuna ukuyobatshela ukuthi kwenzakalani ngathi. Uphathwa kana amabhasi. Amabhasi akayashoda. Akakhavara ama-shift. Kodwa unyaka nonyaka uloko avuselelwa icontract yakhe. Masithi ake sibone ukuthi nivusele ngempela or isiphaza lesi asikhonjiswa lutho. Khona manje unyaka uyaphela ngewanza kaApril unyaka wamakhampani baya uPatco ufaka i-increase. Kulamabhasi esithi nasihambayo sibona phansi. Sometimes ubona phansi makuna imvula lamanzi makashaya amavilo wezwe enyaweni zakho. Khona manje kule poor service ayenzako ufuna ukufaka 9% mara amabhasi awekho. Uma ebus stop unethwe imvula uze ugibela itaxi uphethe ithikithi eli-expire ngeviki. Uma ungalithenga wagibela kayi-1 just to drive waliqibha kayi-1 fanele uyolahla. Namhlanje ngibawa impendulo ezwakalayo ukuthi IC52 isusweleni kwamanye ama-contract yayofihlwa ku-national ukuthi yona ingangeni ukuthenda thina sihlale kulo mhlupheko esikiwo. Ngicela kokugcina ngicela ke nisincede kule 9% athi uyayifaka ngeyi-1 zaka-April ake nisincede government Phela uPhatko ngumntwana wenu, ukhashwe yini ukuthi athuthe thina. Kodwa manje nasele limkhashile uPhatko athutha thina, anisakhona ukumcontrol. Le 9% ayifaka uyifakela ini ngoba usitshela ngabo drive, usitshela nge-maintenance, amabhasi awageza, usitshela ngakho konke. Abo driver bahlala baye strike silale mara start. Akabanikeli le mali ayithatha kithi. Kodwa thina kithi uyayithatha. Ake nisincede, ake nimbhaleleni incwadi, nimtshele ukuthi amise yonke into until ilungise konke lokho ekufanele lilunge. Ngiyabonga.
Afternoon, Chair, and everyone over there. My name is John Matumba from Muldersdrift at R114 in Muldersdrift. Where I stay, we've got a problem. I just want to give you 3 questions. My first question is for the barriers. The contractor has worked the road, even although it's not 100% complete. There is some accident, kids are dying because they've built a road just 2 meters next to the door of a shack of somebody's house. If you just hit one step, you are at the tar road from your door. Then, and for the subcontractors, I just want to hear from the Provincial if you paid the contract, which the main contract which it was working over there, because the subcontractor are crying. They've been paid since last year. There is some parents who are working under that owner of the subcontractor. Even the subcontractor themselves, they were suffering. They eat Christmas without money, but they were working on the road. Another thing, we want to ask about those people where the contractor come and build the road next to them. What are you going to do with them? Are they going to be moved, or are you going to put the barriers? Thanks very much.
Sanbonani, people of the legislature. Siyabonga sangcina ngo-2019 ukuthi sibe nani ePitori. Comrade and co-patron, I salute you in the name of our struggle. Aluta continua. Continua with our struggle, continua. Forward ever, backward never. Comrade and co-patron, asizenzi sikwata. Siba said because of liar, comrade. We are sick and tired, comrade. From 2012, I'm from Davidson. Uvuswa Mthembu Minisbong. Member of MK Mkhonto Wesizwe. Comrade, we are sick and tired of liars. From 2012, they say K98 at Davidson. From Emma to 10, he passed a what in 69, Emma Crossing. After to Mayfield to Emhoba, Kube to Etwatwa. Comrade, when they talk about Egurulin, Davidson is nothing, comrade. Through our minister, through our mayor, was Masina, a mayor of Egurulin. He done nothing, comrade, to us. Egurulin, only Tembisa. Yeah? Because they are shiny Tembisa. But when we are talking about Davidson, we are just a nickapoo. No, nothing back and front. Yeah? Empty vessels. Because we are dumb at Davidson. Right, comrade? What's that my base? As our comrade said, we haven't got the transport. A base. Harambi, Riafaya, Tembisa. Davidson, no transport for the old age. For the old people. Eh? Where are you going to get every day that money of a taxi? Eh? I'm saying Zanzel, Mayfield. No transporting for the old people. Huh? Comrade, let me say to you. Clinic is too far for us. Human settlement is too far for us. When we are at Mayfield Extension 1, Davidson, Zenzele. Siyazenzela yebo but asizenzela ngendlela right. Yeah? As now Othina. I'm talking about the road. Potholes, no drain for water. That water draining, comrade, it comes in our house, comrade, in our yard. Anyago comrade, can you give us a boat? At my yard, comrade. 3 days, empty, inside empty. 3 days. I take 3 days. But amanzi angena endlini kwami. When we go to check our mayor, Ustainas, Hageta Lina ala tuta. You didn't be a school. You just talked about us. He's a councillor, that one. Yeah? Ask me the councillor. Siabosha Davidson, yes, our comrade from 2019, they're still in jail, comrade, because of our councillor. Others, comrade, other one, comrade, we passed away. Last week, we were buried. A Caswell. Because of what? Our councillor. Our councillor, comrade, he done nothing. He don't come to us. He don't come to us, our councillor, saying us. Mashil. Comrade, I want to say to you, please, I beg you, be with us at Zanzele, be with us at Davidson, comrade. We are sick and tired. We haven't got the transport for the youngsters. We're getting the transport for the old age.
Dumelang bagolo. Nna ke nna Juas Makafula ke tswa ke le Muldersdrift 23. Ke tlo bua ka 114. Ko 114 ko Muldersdrift the contractor o tlogetse di subcontractor di sa pateliwa. Contractor o tlogeletse ditsela di sa bracketiwa. Motho ha tswa ko mkhukhung ke metsi fana. Ha o tswa ke koloi ya feta. Already know setse re lose bana ba ba le ka number by 3. And then ga re bua ka taba ya di hampo, and then ba re botsa gore ntwe ke national road e ka setsa hale di hampo, re bua ka taba di roboto e ka setsa le di roboto. And then at the same time o itse go rona the contractor tlo etsa tsela a re go rona o tlo allocate batho from the other side to other side. We relate le no ba re 75% non completed. I fela tsela but ga gona ntwe e bontshang gore tsela e tlo fela because of contractor o tlogetse tsela fela nje a itsamaela. Yana rona ne re kopela go tseba gore tsela ele yo felletsiwa neng. Ke question ya ke tshwarana re batho e tseba tsela ele yo felletsiwa neng. Di subcontract tsele di setswe mo le di sa patala di o pateliwa neng. And then ke eng ntwe a tlo yetsa mo le mo tseleng gore tsela ele e gone go ba safety for batho. Ne re batlo tseba fo gore re tsamae fana today re tseba gore bana ba rona ba tlo ba safe a re fita go gae re kra bana ba le safe. Contractor o re file data gore ka tsatsile so ke tlo patela di subcontractor tsa lona ke tlo lokisa tsela ka bracket tsela batho ba gone go feta ka ntsha batho mo tseleng ka ba isa go ndaong e right ka re sentse ntse re botsa gore ke tlo tla ke lokisa tsela and then ke tlo sa batho from kamo ke ba isa ka mo tseleng engwe mara ke yo tsela ebile e 75% ebile ya fela go tsoko re tsela e setse ka fela gore ba bracket tsela go etsiwe dilo tse dingwe tse dinyane mo tseleng batho ba la re itse gore le today there's the province le ba re province e itse e rekile ndao for bone but ga gona province re utlwang gore batho ba le ba kae ba re botsa ka batho ba bang ba province ba reketseng tsela ko N14 flyover e gore nyo etsiwa N14 ba re botsa gore batho bao ke bona ba tlotswang ko ba tla kae ba tlotla ko ndaong e rekileng ke province and then rona ga re le sio re le badudi ba ko Rietfontein plot 4 Rietfontein hot 23 a re tsebe gore batho ba le ba mo gaufi le tsela ka re tsela e feta mo gaufi le bone ba eme kae ha ba so botsi gore ba eme kae gore ka province e tlo tlosa batho ka mo ya ba tlisa ka mo or province e tlo ba tlogela mo tseleng ya ba bracketela gore e tlo etsang province ha re so itse and then tsela ele ya R114 since e thomile the near community ha e benefit next go benefita batho ba ba tlhakelang go bo Joburg go bo kae ke bona ba benefitang and then rona re le mole ha re benefit next ne re batlo tseba gore rona ha re tswa mo re le jaaka mo gaufi le tsela ele ro benefita eng jaaka re tlisitse mo go batlo tseba ka ga community ya rona gore e eme kae Muldersdrift re batlo tseba e eme kae today ha re tswa mo gore go etsiwang ka community e ra leboga bagolo.
Dumelang batho ba baholo. Dumelang hape kwa portfolio committee ke Thabo Moloi, Davidton Ward 96. Ha ke sa tla ya hole haholo ke tla kopa portfolio committee e kenele haholo kwa Ward 96. Ditsela tsa teng di west, there are streets that was supposed to be done long ago. If I can mention them, Ki Noabu Street, le Kwekwezi Street, le Brazil, le Rainbow, and botata bo boholo ke Stomota. Metsi a tsamaya ka hodima tsela. I don't know if you guys going there to check hore aba qeta ho sebetsa, do you check hore mohlomong Spanish tsamaya right, hana ke di floods all over. Ha ena pula, I think re hloka dikepenyana tse nyane so then re tlo kgona ho jumpa. Batho ba kgone ya mosebetsing, ba kgone ho walker, dikoloi ya di kgone tsamaya. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and the protocol observed. My name is Morana Mkubu from Ward 25. My questions or comments are directed to the officials. I heard the DTG talked about the concept and the plans and the designs for the temporary rank. Myself, I thought this was the temporary rank because of it. There's been long here. I thought this was the temporary taxi rank. Until we are still waiting for another temporary rank before the permanent one. So I wanted to know how long will it take or how long we still have to wait for the first phase of that temporary rank. Because of this one that we are using now is not good and it's for a long time now. Number two, I don't know, should I direct this to GMA or what, because of PRASA is not here. Or if they are here, could they just respond to this one question? When will they fix the railway from Vereeniging to Johannesburg? Because our people are suffering. I thank you.
Dumelang. Le baka hodimo ke ba dumedisa. Ke nna Sebonyile Julia Molefe ko Ward 32 Sebokeng. Ke tlo bua ka tsela. Isale ke dula Sebokeng. Sebokeng ke sa kgale batswadi, ha re hopoleng. Sebokeng ke sa kgale batswadi, ha re hopoleng. Re holela re hletse Sebokeng, ra holela Sebokeng. Mara re fetwa ke makeishene a fihlang. Lesedi le letla hampe. Le skondi clean. Makhansela tsa ka lesedi a sebetsa. Ha ile Sebokeng sona a tjhe batho ba Modimo. Ward 32 iblane e ka re feta makeishene kaofela haholo zone 24. Re na le bana ba banyane. Ha re na ditsela. Transport ha di tla ka mono batho ba re tjhaketse. Ba tshaba lo kena. Ha ona tsela, ha ona nix, o tlala metsi. Re na le foro eo e hlotse makhanselara a mangata. E hlotse makhanselara ke santsane ke hula ke na le 7 to 8 years. Ho fihlela ka jeno ha eso kwalo ene bana ba rona ba feta hona moo ho ya sekolong. Ha pula e nele ke ka swimming pool. Hle batswadi ra kopa ke le tlweleng hore thetsa. Se re bile re lwana le makhanselara ka baka la lona. Lona le thetsa makhanselers ha fihla ho rona a re tjena. Ra ba lwantsha batho ba Modimo. Ene ba tena ba re ba le allocationeng ba ya ditoropong ba tseba hore re a matcha re ba matchetse. Ka ntho tse etsuwang ke lona. Ke a leboha hle. E ke le sebetseng ra lekupa.
All right. I think that's it. I think the department will have noted the questions that are being asked. Some of the questions are repetitive. And I do understand, I'm told, there is somebody here from PRASA, from the Communications Directorate, I think it is. My apologies, I wasn't aware that you were here, and welcome. So there's questions around PRASA, There's a whole lot of questions that relate to bus operations. There's questions that relate to the Vereeniging taxi rank. There's been a number of questions that have been raised around that. And bus operations in different areas, Davidton, Tsakani, number of different areas. So I hope that HOD and your team have been taking down these questions here. There are probably some questions that might not relate to the department, but I think the bulk are questions that the department can respond on. Now, what I want to say as well, that we obviously don't want a situation where we just give answers to make people happy. So we've got, the team was taking down the names and contact details. I saw them doing that, of everybody who asked a question. Am I correct on that? Okay. So so we will be able to, the department, etc., will be able to come back to individuals if there's information they still need to get. I am going to, and I want to thank each of you for the questions that you've asked. And I've noticed the passion with which some of them have been, the questions have been asked. And so I'm going to ask the department to respond as best as they can. And please remember that some of the things that you've raised, they may need to go and check up on and come back to you on, okay? Because these questions have been asked here now. So that's why we've recorded, everybody's names have been taken down that have asked the questions, and it's all of these questions have been recorded as well. So what I don't want is, if you can't get given a direct answer now, and it's a more general answer, it's not because nobody wants to answer. All right? We will ensure from the committee side that these questions, that there are answers given to you if they can't be given today. Okay? And if you've asked questions, you can also, we've got your details. And we also have a committee section as well. And if you feel at the end it hasn't been answered satisfactorily, and you want to get hold of the committee section so that you make sure you get your information, you can come forward here at the end, so we can just make sure you get the contact details for our committee section as well. So I just wanted to raise that up front. So I'm going to hand over to the HOD and your team, and I'm not sure if some of the team members there will be answering as well. And then the gentleman that's here from PRASA, I'm not sure if you would want to answer anything, but you maybe can just say whatever you want to say, because you've heard what some of our guests are raising here, is the issue of train services. Some of the train services not working, and asking when will other services be back in operation. So we'll hand over to you after the department to indicate what you are able to indicate at this stage. So HOD, let me hand back to you and the team, and let's see how far we can get. Some of them you may have to come back to individuals more specifically after this today. Thanks.
Chairperson, thank you very much. And I think thank you very much to the community members that is raising these concerns with us. I think certainly it will enable the department to go back and rework what we are already doing, but also reprioritize and look at some of the key focus areas. I think we've heard the issues relating to Davidton, we have heard the issues relating to the various other areas. The issue of buses, and I think I must sympathize with everybody, Chairperson, the issue of the buses has been a problem for a very long time. We are at a stage now where we hope to get a bit of direction, but we are compromised with a court case that is currently underway. But as we move towards closer to finalize the issue of the tenders, I'm sure as we start to implement the project, we should also look at some of the routes. So we do take note of some of the comments that has been made. So I think when it comes to routes, when it comes to the more finer detail of where we have problems with where the buses currently operate, where they don't operate, where they should have operated, is something that we'll have to come back with, Chairperson. And on that note, let me say the DDG will just go into some detail on some of the roads, but we know that the impact of the non-conclusion and the non-completion of the roads have on the community. We do know that, and we're making every effort with the service providers, the contractors, to make sure that we limit any inconvenience to the community, but also making sure that we fast-track what these contractors are doing. We also hope to look at systems how we can actually penalize contracts for not completing projects on time, because in the end it is not only the project that suffers, but the community that suffers as well. So I think it's important, Chairperson, the members are raising very important comments. As a department, we should go back, we should relook at our work, and we can come back with some more detailed responses. We know that the legislature officials have taken down some of the details. Without going into the details of the R114 Muldersdrift and some of the other areas, I think maybe the DDG can just give some high-level outline of some of the areas where we are, and maybe if there is time, just to give some areas of completion. DDG. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, HOD. Thank you, community members. As the HOD has mentioned, the questions are very important to us, and we need to basically respond. Respond is not about talking, but respond is about implementing and ensuring that we get resolution to the challenges, because we are here basically to ensure that we work, we are basically at your service. So I will start maybe going into details. There was a question about the 21 roads that were built last year or in the previous financial year, as mentioned by the MEC at the beginning. We have worked on five areas, that is Sebokeng and Everton, Vereeniging, Three Rivers, Vanderbilt Park and Bophelong, and Sharpeville. So in total we have done, the question was how much kilometers have you done? We have done 46.98 kilometers. That is Sebokeng 9 kilometers, Vereeniging 18 kilometers. So in total it came to about 46 kilometers. And then again, there was a question of what will happen to the people or the consultants or the contractors that have worked, and what makes us to think that we can do it better now with the new DLTC or the replacement of new contractors on DLTC and Vereeniging. We have put systems into place as we were presenting previously. We said that we got a TIH where we report weekly on what happened. In the previous times, we didn't have the TIH. We now have the Gauteng infrastructure dashboard where my HOD, being an executive together with the CFO and the MEC, can be able to look into the system and tell if there is any progress or not, meaning at any time my executive or our executives are able to check, to monitor ourselves and to monitor the project. So we believe that now it's no longer going to be an official who says, I'm working, or even pass misinformation to the HOD. They will be able to monitor and know exactly what's happening. There was another issue about the reporting of the potholes or the road damage. As mentioned, we are busy with the program where we're going to have a road app which will use the cell phones. So meaning that if there's any damage on the road or pothole, the community members on their cell phone will be able to basically record that and send it to our department and for us to come back. So on the issue of potholes, we've got smart mobility weekends where 5 regions in your area here, we got Vereeniging regional office, where matters can be reported, and also there is now, we can even be contacted as well from the head office where we can be able to respond. So our regional offices are working right through. We got smart mobility weekends where we are specifically dealing with damaged roads. But in addition, during the week, the colleagues from the regions are dealing with the road. So one can go to the office and basically report any problems on the roads, on the road in their area. We are open to basically listen to the queries or issues, and we will be able to attend to that. And then we have another question where there was an issue about leaving the SMMEs and going through GMA. GMA, basically, we're not saying that they are coming with the contractor into your area. No, that is more the consultants. The contractors are still going to be appointed. Somebody mentioned grade 1. That is where, when the appointments are, when the procurement are there, it will be open for everybody to tender, and it will be open for everyone to do subcontracting. So we're not closing the communities or the local people. So there will be that local participation in terms of construction. So the grade 1s will be working. And it will be a pleasure for us to have somebody who was grade 1 at the beginning, and when we finish the project, that person is grade 2, grade 5, grade 3. So that is what we are driving to get to. So GMA is not excluding. GMA is assisting to ensure that grade 1s as well, when we're doing construction, they are involved in there. And then there is another question about the Yago 114. I think Babu Jishchebarne Sanjudi wedi di roboto. Requele, Rehopela or Lirlefeng the contact numbers chalena, or Rehopele traffic and design engineering arena. You check out na the speed hump Bucheli Langachona, we are Gamela Yatsela, Dia Dumele or Redi DMO, and Ersa Dimo King other measures, Sirga Diang or Rehono Chile Chasavarena, Arena Guno Hadilo. Kamrau Rebola eba to avore. So Nagaverka Lele Nakamhore. Era hadi speed ambo rehadi robot dikamo molao. So that this car cosa the cosiji the whole because Okano be the robot to come when on Nanga or now one of the speed amp. My fellow Didia cosiji holo good. So Rata re ye katsaba ya design yamola or Rescara Rasinya Rahubachabat. My Kemisharna so Bajabato, my Kemisharna Gor Ditsila Lidicolo Lebato, Bashumishanem more. And then Rapona Lemuauri the stormwater Logona, Rehopela lady reporting, Kaike Bulechikar, on only 5 regions, Mohausla Lena Moferene, on all region, Yellow, Lega reporter, Mola Lara, Renalabo tat about the portal, Renalabo tat about the Lajalna Jelarileng, Adiravozi, Boyang, Lidi Lukishi, or Redi Basadi Lukish. By reporting the number of journalists as Babulechi mo portfolio committee, but more by honor or a check or an official, reporting or honor or momoteto, Riskerat Watsele, Kamanchama. And then the taxi rank, there was a question about the taxi rank, or it is in bad shape. They thought it's a permanent one. You are correct, it has been long. So what we are trying to do now, we are ensuring that the lights there are working. We are going to ensure that the water, the drainage system is in place. So what we have mentioned, the consultants that were appointed through the GMA has done that in the concept. So as mentioned, we are just waiting for the confirmation of the budget. And once we get that confirmation, definitely those issues will be resolved because it's in our plan to ensure that that taxi rank functions properly. We were there, obviously. I was there. I saw that it's not in good state. One cannot wait for a taxi there. And there was a question from Baba here about the rain stations. We're not doing the rain stations, but Prasa, our colleagues from Prasa will deal with that one. But if we fix that, those taxi rank, definitely that will ensure that our people, your people, the community will be able to go to the taxi rank and into the station. So it's part of that renewal to ensure that definitely our transport system is in good condition and the stations are in good conditions. Not only forgetting the taxi rank. We are dealing with the taxi rank. We will fix it, and obviously PRASA will deal with the issue of the stations. I think I've done some. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, HOD.
Could I ask for the gentleman from PRASA if you would be able to, in some way, respond to some of the questions about rail lines, etc. I know you might not have all information with you, but yeah. Thank you. Yes, please, Yati. Maybe just introduce yourself so that everybody knows who you are, and then please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and esteemed members. My name is Vusi Sibanyoni. I'm from Metro Rail. My task is stakeholder relations. Chairperson, the critical question that I'm being asked by community members, whether from Joburg to Vereeniging or Joburg to Davidson, is one. I wish bazali bami ukuthi I can respond now ukuthi I know sizoyibuyisa itrain kusasa. But can I request your indulgence, Chairperson, that we present the corridor rehabilitation plan to the portfolio committee, and then through the portfolio committee then respond directly with concrete dates and timelines as to how the plan will unfold going forward. There are two members from Davidton, Babu Victor Mabaso and Michael Hlachwayo. They are members of a structure called the United Commuters Voice. They are the ones who raised the issue of the train from Davidton to Johannesburg. Fortunately, we'll be having a workshop with their structure. I hope they will be included in that workshop before the end of this month. So we will be able to deal with some of the matters in that workshop. So firstly, we will give the report to the portfolio committee with dates and everything, and then we'll also engage with the UCV. Unfortunately for now, Chairperson, that's all that I can share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, obviously, we wouldn't wanted to have put you on the spot to say you must give us dates now, but I think we'll await that report that you said you'll send to us, and then we'll also, and hopefully, the representatives from Davidson will be included in this workshop that you're talking about. So maybe the representatives from the forum in Davidson, please check with our colleague there from Metro Rail on this workshop, just so that you can make sure that you're included. He's not too sure, but I'm asking if you can please do that. I think I then want to ask MMC in Ndwandwe if he would like to say anything. And once again, we want to appreciate the fact that you've been with us here. The whole morning and up until now. So let me hand over to you for anything you want to say, particularly around the taxi rank, Sebokeng DLTC, and anything else you might want to raise, MMC. Thank you so much, MMC.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session, for giving me this opportunity. Let me appreciate, on behalf of Sedibeng Municipality, let me appreciate the portfolio committee for considering to have its meeting here in Sedibeng. We really appreciate that one. However, in moving forward, or maybe before moving forward, also we appreciate the presentation which has been made. There is a work in progress, although we still have challenges that some of the projects are not yet completed. And then on others, somewhere, somehow, there is no clarity, especially the Vereeniging taxi rank, Sebokeng, Bophelong. We really appeal on that one. Can you please, Chairperson, in whatever you are doing, try to speed up the process so that all these things can be completed. And also the challenges which have been raised by the people in Davidton and in other areas. We are appealing that let's work together and making sure that we are pushing these things to be completed, because the working class, there will be a time whereby the working class, they will get tired and they will no longer attend meetings at some stage. So, but we appreciate the work which you have done, and then let's continue working together and push on those ones, especially Vereeniging and Sebokeng and Bophelong. Please, but anyway, the work which you are doing is very good. I am going to be here up until you finish, because I'm not a lazy deployee. I cannot just come for a few minutes and go. I must be here up until we conclude, because we are here to assist our people. We are here to make sure that we change things and make things better than yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MMC, for what you've said. And I think I can say to you, you have the assurance from the Portfolio Committee that what we said earlier, that we will not relent on the pressure that we're putting on the department. We will continue to do that. And we will interact with you as well a lot more closely, and particularly in terms of the taxi rank, the intermodal, the DLTC, etc. So you can have the assurance from us that we will keep up that pressure, and this will not be the last time we are here. And we also want to appreciate the fact that you've been with us right through and through to the end. We appreciate that. I guess that's the role of being public representatives. We can't just leave, come and go as we want, but we appreciate that. I want to just say this, that, okay, so we've had responses from the department. Some of them have been general and very broad. There have been one or two specifics, but I think the DGG was quite clear when he was saying that some of these will need to be looked at in a bit more detail. So, and I said at the beginning, when we started the questions, you might not be able to get everything you want now, the answers, should I say. So the team will be going through the recordings, taking down all the questions again, so that we can make sure that where more specific responses are needed, that the department comes back with those responses. Some of the questions raised here are not for roads and transport. So, for example, the issue of ambulances does not fall under the Department of Roads and Transport. So we will have to find a way of forwarding that to the relevant department. There are other matters that have been raised here. Some of them are related to municipalities, not to the Department of Roads and Transport. So, for example, in Davidton, which has been highlighted quite strongly, the issue of stormwater drainage, which does not exist. Now, it sounds to me there was a list of roads, streets that was given by somebody at the back there. Those seem to me to be municipal roads. So when the Portfolio Committee support team goes through all the questions, we'll pick up that information and we'll forward it through to the municipality, all right, to deal with. But I want to say this as well, that there are other avenues that things can be dealt with. So where, for instance, a municipality is not responding to issues of stormwater drainage, etc., and they're not responding, the other avenue that can be used, and I'm not saying this because we're not going to follow up on these questions, but when we hand it over to the municipality, we will ask them to come back to us, because these questions were raised here in our Portfolio Committee. But there are other avenues that can be raised. You can also use the petition system in the Gauteng legislature, where a petition can be submitted to the legislature. And some of us here serve on that petitions standing committee, and we deal with some of these issues like that, where there's petitions that come through, where municipalities are not responding, for instance, on issues of stormwater drainage, or issues of a school that needs to be put in place, or a bus route, etc. So there is that avenue as well, where you are able to make use of the Gauteng legislature's petitions standing committee, and where petitions can be submitted. And from many of these areas, we've seen petitions that come through to us. And a lot of these petitions get resolved because we then forward it to the municipality or the entity, and we give them timeframes in which they have to respond to us. So I just wanted to give that indication. That's another route one can use as well. But I think that's the session we had allocated for questions, for answers, but we'll go through all of these questions again from the recording, and the department will also assist in giving more direct information where it's required and where it's needed. So I want to say thank you to yourselves for asking the questions. I hope some of the responses help in some way. The issue of the bus contracts is a bit of a difficult one, because you would have seen from the presentation earlier that the advertisements were placed last year. There's a court issue, and also the National Department of Transport have requested that they hold back pending discussions. And that puts a delay on some of the bus issues that were raised. But we will continue to follow up on these. We ourselves, as a portfolio committee, the issue of the bus contracts and the resolving of that and the awarding of bus contracts in line with the adverts that have gone out, for us that's a crucial issue that we have been following up. And in fact, in every portfolio committee where the department appears, we ask for an update, because for us it's important. So, and also the issues around the taxi rank, etc., we'll continue to follow up until we find and see construction actually happening and work taking place. So I just wanted to give that assurance. So on that note, that brings to the end of this, in this portfolio committee, the session on questions and engagement. And what I'm going to suggest now, as a portfolio committee, we still have a little bit of work to finish off in this committee meeting. So I'm going to ask the committee support team to direct those of you who want to go and have lunch to leave quietly, because we want to continue and finish off our meeting. I will ask them to help direct where you are supposed to go. I'm not sure where Hazel is, but Hazel and the team will direct you where to go. I think it's through that side door over there, if I'm not mistaken. I see them coming in and out. But can I just ask that when you leave, just leave quietly. I think it's at the back there. Do they need to come out the back, at the back? Hazel? Please come through. Just hold on, if we can just take our seats so we can get direction. Is there a microphone that you've got, Hazel?
Thank you, Chair. I think we are running late. I think we should just go out and then get a plate and go straight to the cars.
Okay, hold on. So
That
where
would
do
be
they go? Out the back door?
Yes, Chair.
And then you'll direct them from there?
Yes, this one here.
Super.
Thank you. Hold on.
Please, please move quietly.
Hold on.
Hold on, please.
If anyone has got a receiver, can you please leave it at the chair? Thank you.
Okay. So please leave quietly. We need to continue with our work. All right. Go. Okay. Honourable members, we are continuing with our committee meeting, and we need to finish our work. Can I ask, please, could you just move out quietly? All right. Honourable members, we had a presentation on the adjustment appropriation. I want to check with Fumlani, is that report ready for the committee to consider? Fumlani, where are you? Stembiso, is it ready? Is it ready? Can you come here and let's get it flighted as well, so that we can go through it? May I? I want to excuse the HOD and team. MMC, thank you very much for being with us. We are really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we're excusing you as well. Thank you so much. Thanks, MMC. Thank you. Okay. Stembiso, where are you? Stembiso, where are you? Smooth. Honourable members, we just need to finish this. May I ask those who are still inside, please, if you could just keep the noise levels down. We want to continue with the report. While we are waiting to get the report, if there's anybody here still who raised the issue of the R114, if you're still here in the venue, please can I just give you my card? That's my parliamentary constituency area, the R114. If I can ask those at the back there, if you could please remain quiet now. We are going back into our portfolio committee meeting and we are needing to finish a report. Can I ask at the back, please, if you could rather move out? We want to finish our portfolio committee. Simbisa, can we hand over to you to take us through? Can I ask all of those at the back, while you're still inside, if you could please remain quiet. We are now dealing with a committee report that we need to finish, and we are needing to listen. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Simbisa, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to members and colleagues once again. I think on the first page of the report is the cover page of the report. If maybe colleagues, there are colleagues who are assisting me at the back. May we start from the first page, the cover page, so that we go down together? Because now I can see they are already up. Okay, on the first page is the cover page, yes. I just want to make sure that I don't skip everything. Yes, then we go to the second page, which is the table of contents. In terms of the structure of the report, we have the acronyms, the executive summary, the introduction, the process that was followed, the committee's assessment of the budget in terms of the overall assessment and the assessment per program. Then we have the consents that we have proposed, as well as the proposed recommendations, then the acknowledgements part, as well as the adoption. So, Chair, in terms of the acronyms, that is the list that we have used, which is part of the report in terms of the issues. Then on the executive summary, I'll start maybe on the first paragraph. That's where the chairperson tables the committee report on the adjustment appropriation bill on the House for 21-22 as follows. I think in the first paragraph, what we have spoken to is the impact in terms of the adjustment on the allocated budget of the department and its entities. So the department's budget was adjusted downwards by 112 million, of which is 1.30%, from 8.6 billion to 8.567 billion. So the programs that were affected in terms of the budget cuts included the administration, the transport infrastructure, as well as the transport regulation programs. Whilst the transport operations, as well as the Gautrain, they received an additional budget which was to cater for the cadet taxi program, as well as the shortfall on the patronage guarantee costs. So on the transport infrastructure program, a number of planned targets of infrastructure projects were revised down, and this is an indication that many of these infrastructure projects did not reach the planning and implementation targets as at the end of the second quarter, with a total of 573 million which is affected on that program. On the transport operations, the department also continued to reprioritize funds from other projects to cater for this taxi, cadet and military veterans program, which was introduced during the lockdown with the taxi industry. And then furthermore, the program received an additional funding in the form of a rollover from the National Department of Transport amounting to 94 million. And this was for the payment of outstanding claims by the bus operators for the month of March, which had to be catered for utilizing the current financial year budget allocations. So with regards to the Gautrain, the committee noted that the budget allocation for the agency was adjusted upwards by an amount of 366 million. This increase was to assist with the patronage guarantee that became due and had to be settled to ensure that the GMA was not contravening the contractual obligations of the concessionaire agreement with the concessionaire. So in conclusion, in terms of the executive summary, we have reported that the committee noted the significant budget cuts in the transport infrastructure program due to the department not meeting their planning and implementation targets, and this may continue to pose a greater threat on the implementation of these infrastructure projects. So the committee will continue to emphasize the need to strengthen the capacitation as well as the functionality of this transport infrastructure house to ensure that the planning and implementation targets are achieved as envisaged. So that is the summary, Chair, in terms of the executive summary, in terms of what transpired during the adjustment budget process. So I think in the next page, we have followed the framework of the report in terms of the introduction, as well as also the process followed, of which is a process that began today, and I think we will end today since the report is due for tabling in the House on Tuesday, on the 15th of March. So in terms of the overall assessment, I think I've spoken to the decrease of 112 million, which is 1% compared to the overall budget. And I've also included the three programs of which they experienced the budget cuts, and there were two programs that experienced additional budgets, of which is transport operations and the Gautrain for the cadet program, as well as also the patronage guarantee cost. So in terms of the revenue that is projected to be generated by the department through its licensing centers, the department has remained at 4.5 billion in terms of the projected revenue for the financial year. So the budget estimates per program, we have also included the table in terms of how the adjustments have affected each program. Then on the assessment per program, so in terms of program 1, the budget was reduced from 423 million to 401 million, of which there was a decrease of 22.5 million, which is 5.31%. So this budget cut was in the compensation of employees, the goods and services, as well as the payment for capital assets. So all these budget cuts was associated with the taxi cadet and military veterans program, which is in program 3. If members maybe may remember, the department did write to Treasury requesting for the additional funds, of which Treasury did say they had to reprioritize within the allocated budget. Then on program 2, there was a reduction of the budget from 2.4 billion to 1.8 billion, of which there was a decrease of 24.39%. And this budget decrease was attributed to the cut in the compensation of employees, the goods and services for 399 million, as well as the payment for capital assets at 174 million. So we have raised the concern over this budget increase in this program, since this is a service delivery program of the department, and most of these budget cuts have indicated that the infrastructure projects were not yet ready for planning as well as implementation as at the end of the second quarter, which results in Treasury taking back the allocated budget, and this was an amount of 573 in total, which was the cut that was experienced in this program. So both programs 1 and 2, the cut was also mainly for the taxi cadet and military veterans program, but also with the transport infrastructure, the budget cut was also to assist with the patronage guarantee of the Gauteng management agents. Then on program number 3, this is one of the programs that received the additional funding, of which the additional funding increased the budget of the program from 3 billion to 3.187 billion. And the increase was 4.85. The increase was for the allocation of funds for the taxi cadet, which was based in program 3. Then also the other increase was the 94 million, which was also for the bus operators' claims, which were for March 2021, which had to be paid in the current financial year, which started from April 21, coming this far. So the rollover was given by the National Department for the payment of that. Then on program number 4, the program for this, the budget for this program was also reduced from 345 million to 341 million, of which the decrease was 3.9 million, which is 1.13. So the budget decrease as well from this program was to cater for the same taxi, cadet and military veterans program, of which also there were movements within the program whereby an amount of 19,800,000 was moved from the goods and services to the transfers and subsidies for the taxi trust, as well as also there was an amount of 1.8 million which was allocated to capital assets for the payment of furniture and machinery within the licensing centers, as reported by the department. So in terms of Gauteng, they did receive an addition of 366 million, of which their budget increased from 2.4 billion to 2.7 billion, and they increased their budget by 15.18%. This was mainly attributed to ensure that the immediate sustainability of the Gauteng is maintained, as well as also to cover the increasing patronage costs which were realized due to COVID over the MTF period. And these funds also, as I've reflected, they are to cater for the shortfall of the patronage guarantee cost. So we have raised also a concern that the committee is concerned over the increasing patronage guarantee cost, as well as the reprioritization of funds from other programs to cater for this increasing patronage guarantee cost. So in terms of the concerns, there are 3 that we have raised in terms of the reprioritization of funds from other programs for the cadet and military veterans program. We have also raised a concern with regards to the decrease in the transport infrastructure program, of which it shows the lack of state of readiness for implementation of infrastructure projects. We have also raised a concern with regards to the increasing patronage guarantee cost, of which it results into the reprioritization of funds from other programs. So in terms of recommendations, we have recommended that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the scope, the beneficiaries, the financial and non-financial implications of the cadet and military veterans program, since three programs have approved the reprioritization of funds to the military veterans program. Then on number 2, we have also proposed that they should provide the state of readiness in terms of planning and the implementation targets for the infrastructure projects which were affected by this adjustment budget. Then on number 3, we have requested that they must provide an implementation plan to reduce the patronage cost over the MTF, as well as the progress thereof, as well as also the detailed report should include the possible alternative sources of funding for the increasing patronage cost over the MTF period until the handover of the system. And then what we have said there is that they must look at the alternative sources of funding, except the ones that they are currently utilizing, which are the reprioritization of funds from other programs, as well as the request from Provincial Treasury for additional funds. So number 4, we have also raised that they must also provide a detailed report on the possible negative impact to the province or the agency in case the GMA was not able to, was contravening the contractual obligations of the concessionaire agreement in relation to the payment of this patronage guarantee cost. I think, Chair, that's where I will end, because the other ones is just acknowledgements as well as the issue of the adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Stembiso, and I must also say thank you to you and Fumlani for having put this final draft report together. Just for members, for your information, they had a skeleton report I think they'd put together, but had to wait for the deliberations of this morning. And so I think from where we sit and just observing what Stembiso's taken us through, they've done a sterling job in having something ready for the portfolio committee to consider. Honourable members, let me just check if there's any, at this stage, any questions of clarity, etc., in terms of the report, or whether we would be in a position to formally adopt the report. Can I check with members? Member Lidwaba?
Chair, I'm happy with the report. The only thing I missed was that carded thing, which I don't know how I missed it. I was saying the only thing I missed was this carded thing. But anyway, I wrote questions to the MEC pertinent to that, and some of the questions are what I had raised to exactly find out what is happening. But I'm happy, and then I move for the adoption of the report, Chair. Thanks.
Sorry, Member Letwaba is moving for the adoption of the report. Is he a seconder for the report? Member Du Plessis?
I will second, Chair.
Thank you, Member Du Plessis. I think then, honourable members, we have now concluded work on the committee oversight report on the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill. And as I've indicated, there was nobody had any questions of clarity on the content of the report. I think, Stembiso, we can take it. The committee has formally adopted the report. It can be submitted, and it will be presented in the House in the sitting on the Tuesday, the 15th of March. So thank you very much to everybody for their efforts in making sure we've got the report, and thanks to members as well. If we can conclude then the Portfolio Committee very quickly, just to go through the the item still on the agenda. Item 9, Stambisa, deals with resolution tracking. Is there anything?
No, Chair, not at this point.
Okay. Item 10, NCOP and provincial bills.
No, Chair, we have not received any referrals for now.
Okay. Petitions. Item 11.
On petitions, no petitions have been received so far, Chair.
Item 12, correspondence. Sorry, hold on, please. Member Ledwaba.
On the petitions, they might not be the active ones. I'm saying on the petitions, they might not be the active ones. Remember when we said in the petitions committee, there was an issue that was raised somewhere at those ladies, remember in Tshwane, I think it's Erasmus. And then again, there was that petition that was raised by the Midrand chairperson along the Olifants and whatever road. So I'm not sure as to whether they will end up being with the petitions committee or there could have been some referrals to this site. I know they are still pending. Thank you.
Yeah, Stambisa, maybe just clarify that for us. In a petitions standing committee meeting we had last year in Tshwane. No, it wasn't Tshwane. I forget the venue that we used. I think it was Kempton Park, yeah. There were two petitions that related to issues in Midrand, and I think the other one was in Tshwane, Centurion area. Have you ever received those, as the standing committee on petitions, forwarded any petitions to yourselves as the committee section?
Thank you, Chair. At this point, Chair, they have not referred the petitions to the Roads and Transport Committee, so I'm not sure as to what is the status. Maybe we can check with the Petitions Committee and provide a report in the next meeting.
Okay, I think if we can ask that maybe you could follow up with the standing committee just to find out about there's two petitions. The one dealt with a sinkhole, I think it was, on the side of a road, and the other one dealt with the issue of robots and traffic measures in Midrand. If you could just check with them, what have they done with those petitions so that they come onto the radar screen of the portfolio committee and that we can also then follow up with the department, if you don't mind. Thanks for that, Member Ledwaba. So on correspondence, I think we dealt with that. There was no correspondence. Is that right? Okay. Members, just I think we'll deal with the oversight visits once we've closed this meeting. I just want to propose something, but outside of this meeting. And just to remind members that our next portfolio committee is on the 18th of March, where we will be adopting a number of reports, committee reports, and the venue that's been chosen that will be where we will have that meeting is at the G Fleet offices, and there is a reason for that we use that at the same time to do a bit of an oversight visit at G Fleet. So it'll be at the G Fleet offices, but details will come from the committee section on that. On that note, honourable members, those of you who might still be online with us, and I know two members have left us, they had to leave. I would like to express appreciation to all honourable members for their attendance. It's been a long day, but really appreciate your attendance here. It helps make the portfolio committee flow in the manner in which it should flow. And thank you to all of you for your participation. In absentia, we have already thanked them, but I would also like to express appreciation to the MEC for joining us earlier on, and trust that his birthday has gone smoothly and has been an enjoyable day. To the department led by the HOD and all the officials that were here from the department, thank you for being here. We have already thanked our stakeholders, but once again to all the stakeholders that joined us today, thank you for being with us, and we hope that you've found benefit and use of being here in this portfolio committee with us. And lastly, to the team from the committee support section, for all the work that you've done in putting this particular session together. Thank you very much. To all the service providers who have assisted whether it be with catering, whether it be with setting up of the equipment here around us. Thank you very much to each of you. To the interpreters in the interpretation booths, thank you to all of you as well for the work that you've done. And also, and then last but not least, to MMC Ndwandwe, who's left us already, but again to the MMC Ndwandwe from the Sedibeng District Municipality, we would want to express our appreciation as well for him having spent most of the day with us. We really appreciate that. On that note, honourable members, the Portfolio Committee is therefore hereby adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.